Greetings and God bless everybody. So, my personal channel that I had since 2008 was deleted yesterday by YouTube. And you will see in this book, Toxic People, that YouTube actually exemplifies toxic behavior, malignant narcissism. YouTube is a stalker. YouTube stalks channels, and my channel had 300 people, and it was just me extemporaneously talking about my opinions, my observations, and it wasn't anything, uh, very even specific. And the strikes I got on YouTube were technically inaccurate. They could have said I was because I was referring to the Bible. They called it medical misinformation. Like everything they didn't like about what I said was me talking more about interpersonal dynamics, and they're calling it medical misinformation. So that's a very malignant, narcissistic thing. But I do notice that other people on YouTube with huge channels, a huge following, maintain their channels, even though they say so much more challenging things than I do. And so I realized that because they are selling something, because they use YouTube as um, a medium of commerce, for some reason, YouTube, and I mean, of course, YouTube shuts down channels that um, do that. But I am going to sell for $1,000. I am going to sell a little mini Bible. It's a tiny Bible, maybe like 2 inches by 2 inches ish. It might be 2 inches by 1.5 inches. And yeah, so I am using YouTube to sell things. And if you want to purchase this Bible for $1,000, that's basically very tiny, tiny Bible tract. Just leave a message. But, anyways, so to learn more about the malignant narcissism of YouTube, its employees, and the globalist parasites, listen. And this is the second part of Toxic People that I've recorded. And of course, the first part was deleted when YouTube deleted my channel, but I'll try to do a second recording of the first 3 hours. So now we are beginning at the 3 hour mark.
Own experiences.
I'm turning up the volume here.
Victims of perpetual gaslighting walk on eggshells and come to rely on the gaslighter's falsehoods rather than their own perceptions.
Actually, I think I'm gonna just go a little bit, even though, because I thought, anyways, pardon me. Let me see if I can.
To exhaust you to the point where you are unable to fight back.
So that's what YouTube does. It really tries to defeat you. It just removes your work, even though you're not really doing much to harm anything.
Simply says, I am done talking, and abruptly leaves, exiting the apartment with no explanation.
So this is actually what YouTube has done. YouTube has stonewalled me. It's deleted my channel. It notified me, but then it gives you no option to appeal the entire deletion of your channel. It says go here if you want to appeal your channel being deleted, but the link has to go through your deleted channel. So YouTube is really either very stupid, YouTube is either very incompetent, or they just are malevolent and malicious, which I think they completely actually have demonstrated themselves to be malevolent and incompetent. Number one, by having this link that goes to nowhere, and also that they're designation of what violation my channel or my videos have done, they've been wrong, because they'll call a channel, they'll call a video where I haven't done anything, talked about any medical stuff, and they'll say they'll delete that because it's they're calling it medical misinformation, when instead I'm talking about um, gender in the Bible. So, and of course, in this progressive liberal, I think they are the Sadducees as described in the Bible, Sadduceacal mindset. Anything is medical misinformation. So anything in existence is a medical issue, and countering their narrative is medical misinformation. So if you say the sky is blue and they want you to think the sky is red, they're going to say you're doing medical misinformation. And, if we really go into the weeds, we could say that my brain, thinking differently than YouTube trolls' brains do, that very existence is medical misinformation, perhaps. So, anyways, let us. So this is in the middle of a chapter where this lady, she's getting stonewalled, which YouTube does. YouTube has done to people, but they stonewall some people and not other people. And I think it's because of commerce. I'm thinking, because as long as you're asking for money, because that's what's kind of annoying about the people that I do follow that have bigger channels. They're always like promoting, and it's really annoying. But now I realize that's why YouTube gives them a little extra leeway, or a lot of leeway, because yeah, like YouTube has a double standard. So, anyways, here we go. So this is toxic people and it's talking about an example of this lady getting stonewalled by her boyfriend
and abandoning her on her birthday. When Lydia tries to call him, he declines each of her phone calls and leaves her texts unread. Lydia tosses and turns all night, crying and worrying about him. He doesn't return. The productive conversation Lydia was hoping to have hasn't even had a chance to begin before it's already over. And what's more, John ruined her birthday. He calls the next day and acts as if nothing happened. When Lydia tries to ask John where he's been, he tells her, "You should really speak to a therapist about your issues," and hangs up on her without waiting for her response. In this scenario, John yet again stonewalls her, emotionally invalidates her, and rudely redirects the conversation, unwilling to address the issues at hand, even as they continue to fester beneath the surface. This causes more distress to Lydia and unnecessary tension and trauma, not to mention deep abandonment wounds. John is a typical narcissist in that he shows little to no empathy for Lydia's pain and abandons her on her special day. Had he actually taken the time to address her concerns, something he doesn't seem to have the emotional capacity to do, the outcome would have been far more productive and peaceful. Although stonewalling seems to put an end to an ongoing conversation, it actually speaks volumes and communicates something quite cruel and belittling to the person on the receiving end. Regardless of the intention of the person doing the stonewalling, this behavior communicates to their partner, "You are insignificant. You're not worth responding to. Your thoughts and feelings don't matter to me. You don't matter to me." A variation of stonewalling is the silent treatment. The silent treatment is a form of punishment and can be issued for no reason at all, or to condition you to associate setting boundaries with devastating consequences. Manipulative predators often use the silent treatment to induce a sense of fear, obligation, and guilt in you, so that you end up begging for their approval or acquiescing to what they want. Licensed mental health counselor Richard Swalinski asserts that this tactic is a favorite of narcissists. The silent treatment can be used as an abusive tactic that is the adult narcissist's version of a child's holding my breath until you give in and give me what I want. If you've endured this type of manipulation, know that your feelings of abandonment are a normal reaction. Stonewalling and the silent treatment in the hands of a narcissist can be agonizing and excruciating. Tips on breaking through stonewalling and the silent treatment. When you're being given the silent treatment, use it as a period of freedom and self-care. Rather than reaching out to the person ignoring you, become mindful of your emotions and identify how this person is making you feel. Reframe the experience as an opportunity to detach from this person and as a reminder that you do not deserve this treatment. Remember that when a narcissist stonewalls you or subjects you to the silent treatment, they want you to respond. They want you to chase after them and plead for their attention. They want to provoke you. They want to control and diminish you. If you're being stonewalled and have tried to communicate your feelings to no avail, realize that the problem is not you. If this is a chronic problem, you must step away from self-blame and stop walking on eggshells in an attempt to please someone who will not be pleased. A toxic person's communication patterns cannot be changed unless that person is willing to change them. While stonewalling can be improved in healthier relationships, where both people are willing to work to heal dysfunctional patterns, in an unhealthy relationship with a pathological partner, self-care and self-protection are paramount. There comes a time when it is far better to walk away and stop speaking to this person who is not interested in listening to you. Otherwise, you're just feeding into their sick mind games. When a narcissist stonewalls you, save your voice for people who actually respect you and engage in self-care. Journal reflection. Instances of stonewalling. Write down some instances when you've been shut down in a conversation. How did you feel? What were you unable to express? In the future, how can you take better care of yourself when you encounter stonewalling? Gaslighting. Gaslighting is an insidious form of manipulation that aims to erode your sense of reality. When a toxic person gaslights you, they engage in crazy-making discussions in which they challenge and invalidate your thoughts, lived experiences, emotions, perceptions, and sanity. Gaslighting enables narcissists, sociopaths, and psychopaths to exhaust you to the point where you are unable to fight back. Rather than finding ways to healthily detach from this toxic person, you are sabotaged in your efforts to find a sense of certainty and validation in what you have experienced. The term gaslighting first originated in Patrick Hamilton's 1938 Gaslight, a play about a manipulative husband who drives his wife to the brink of insanity by causing her to question her own reality. It was also popularized in the famous 1944 film adaptation, Gaslight, a psychological thriller about a man named Gregory Anton who murders a famous opera singer and later marries her niece, Paula. Gregory messes with his wife's sense of reality by causing her to believe that her aunt's house is haunted, so she can be institutionalized and he can gain access to the rest of her family jewels. He rearranges items in the house, flickers gas lights on and off, and makes disturbing noises in the attic. After manufacturing these crazy-making scenarios, he then convinces Paula that all these events are a figment of her imagination. He isolates her so that she is unable to seek support for the terror she is experiencing. He even recruits numerous third parties to reinforce this new false reality. For example, he brings in the maids to confirm that they did not move a painting and convinces Paula that she was the one who must have moved it, even though she has no recollection of doing so. It is only when an outsider, an inspector, confirms to her that the gas lights are indeed flickering that she realizes she had been right all along. This movie mirrors what many survivors go through when being covertly abused and isolated. They feel like they are losing their minds and cannot trust themselves. It is usually when they find an inspector of their own who validates their perceptions that they identify the elaborate attempts to undermine them. The reason gaslighting is so effective is that the repetition of alternative facts alone can be powerful enough to dissuade us from holding on to our truth. Researchers discovered that when a statement is repeated multiple times, even when it is false and when subjects are aware that it is false, it is more likely to be rated as true simply due to the effect of repetition. This effect is even more powerful when the listener is tired or distracted by other information, as is often the case with victims of gaslighting when hit with the abuser's denials. Familiarity with the claim also plays a tremendous role in whether we believe it, sometimes even trumping credibility. Manipulators who gaslight with the intention of rewriting history use this illusory truth effect to their advantage. They repeat falsehoods so often that they become instilled in the minds of their victims as irrefutable truths, causing you to doubt your own reality, question the status of your mental health, and lose trust in your perceptions. Allows a manipulative person to get away with problematic behavior more easily. While they're busy rewriting history, you're too busy attempting to reconcile what you've seen, heard, and witnessed with the toxic person's claims to get a firm understanding of how your boundaries have been violated. It's common for malignant narcissists to gaslight their victims by saying things like, "I never said that," "You're overreacting," "You're oversensitive," or "You're blowing things way out of proportion." Another common way narcissists gaslight their victims is by pathologizing them, behaving as if they are authoritative doctors diagnosing their unstable patients. Some domestic abusers go so far as to directly interfere with the mental health of their victims in order to concoct more evidence that the victim is losing it. This weakens the credibility of their victims and depicts them as unstable or unhinged when they speak out against the abuse. In fact, the National Domestic Violence Hotline, NDVH, does not recommend couples therapy with an abuser, as therapy can be a space where victims are further violated and gaslighted. The NDVH, along with the National Center on Domestic Violence, Trauma, and Mental Health, estimate that 89% of its callers have experienced some form of mental health coercion from their abusers, and that 43% have experienced substance abuse coercion. These abusers actively contributed to the mental health or substance use difficulties of their partners, and then threatened to use this information against them in legal proceedings, such as child custody cases. Everyday gaslighting can occur due to errors or misinterpretations, but deliberate gaslighting is executed with an agenda in mind. As therapist Stephanie Sarkis notes, malignant narcissists have a goal when it comes to gaslighting. The goal is to make the victim or victims question their own reality and depend on the gaslighter. In the case of a person who has a personality disorder, such as antisocial personality disorder, they are born with an insatiable need to control others. Gaslighters use shaming, punishment, and emotional invalidation when their victims call out their abuse. Chronic gaslighting can cause an immense amount of fear, anxiety, self-doubt, and cognitive dissonance, that state of inner turmoil that arises due to contradictory and conflicting beliefs. On the one hand, the victim is noticing something that is amiss, not quite right. On the other, the victim feels blindsided by the gaslighter's authoritative and continual invalidation of their reality and perceptions, unable to trust their own experiences. Victims of perpetual gaslighting walk on eggshells and come to rely on the gaslighter's falsehoods rather than their own perceptions. According to Robin Stern, PhD, author of The Gaslight Effect, this is in part due to the victim's need for validation from the gaslighter, which is reinforced throughout the abuse cycle. Katerina suspects that her husband Dale has been cheating on her. Not only is he coming home late from work, but he also often takes his phone with him to the bathroom, wakes up in the middle of the night to answer suspicious calls, and texts incessantly throughout dinner. Katerina has even discovered lingerie that does not belong to her in their bed, which Dale claims is hers. Each time Katerina tries to raise questions about where he has been and what he's been doing with whom, he pushes back, accusing her of imagining things, of being crazy, needy, and paranoid. Despite the mounting evidence, she begins to wonder if she really is being paranoid. Perhaps the lingerie was hers after all. Maybe the calls were to his colleagues, like he claimed. Maybe it really is her fault that he is distancing himself, as he's been telling her. Maybe he just needs time to himself, she reasons. She begins avoiding confrontation with Dale altogether and tries her best to please him instead. She doubles her efforts to be a more loving, affectionate, and doting wife. She silences her lingering doubt, until one day she comes home early from work and finds him in bed with their next-door neighbor. Tips on dousing gaslighting. If you suspect you're being gaslighted, enlist the help of a supportive third party, such as a trauma-informed therapist who specializes in recovery from this type of covert abuse. Work together to go through your narrative of what occurred in the relationship. Write down things as you experience them to reconnect with your sense of reality. Keep a journal to record your emotions, thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. This way, you'll have an account of everything that's happened. When in doubt, I'll remind you again to document everything, especially if you're encountering gaslighting in the workplace. You can print out emails, take screenshots of text messages, save voicemails, and, if legal in your state, record conversations. Rather than falling into the trap of wanting an explanation or validation from the gaslighter, turn to self-validation. When you reaffirm the reality of the abuse you've experienced, you'll get one step closer to healing from the narcissist. Anchor yourself in what happened, and don't let anyone rewrite reality for you. Journal reflection. Reality check. Write down your story from your perspective, not the gaslighters, to properly contextualize it. When you track your progress and narrate your reality in writing, you can identify recurring patterns of the abuser's long-standing behaviors, rather than dismissing them as isolated incidents. You can then draw conclusions about the abuser's true character and agenda, based on the rights that have been violated, confirming your experiences without subscribing to the gaslighter's claims. This helps relieve some of the self-blame and cognitive dissonance you've experienced as you work to rebuild self-trust. For example, a journal entry might look like this. Example: Jim called me terrible things today and insulted my appearance, even though I've asked him multiple times to stop being mean to me. It made me feel so degraded and small when he did it again without any apologies. When I called him out, he insisted I was being hypersensitive and that it was just a joke. But I've asked him many times to stop, and he's disrespected my wishes each and every time. He continues to verbally abuse me and disregard my feelings. It seems my feelings don't matter to him at all. The cycle of love bombing, premature intimacy, and devaluation. Love bombing is a manipulation method that cults use to groom their members. When it is done in a relationship with a narcissist or similar personality, you become part of a one-person cult. Love bombing involves excessive flattery, praise, and constant attention and affection showered on the target, usually in the beginning of a relationship, a friendship, or a work partnership, to get the victim heavily invested in the relationship early on. The higher the investment, the more difficult it can be for the victim to detach, even once the manipulator reveals their true colors. As survivor Danielle recalled, when we first started dating, it was like I knew him forever. We talked for hours. Our interests were similar, and our hobbies were as well. After a short period of dating, he told me he loved me via text, that I was his soulmate, and he was going to marry me one day. I felt rushed, but I was afraid to lose such a good, hard-working family man. Love bombing targets our greatest vulnerabilities and desires: to be seen, heard, noticed, validated, and cherished. It is the gateway drug to addiction with a narcissistic partner. Narcissists use it to get us biochemically bonded to them and to disclose our personal information early on so they can better manipulate us. And this strategy works. Arthur Aaron and his fellow researchers discovered that intimacy between two strangers could be heightened by having them ask each other a series of increasingly personal questions. A close bond was created by sustained, escalating, reciprocal, personal self-disclosure. With a narcissist, considerable time is spent on this type of premature intimacy in the early stages of a relationship. They often disclose seemingly personal things about themselves, whether fabricated or truthful, to get us comfortable with sharing our deepest desires with them. Based on the information they gather from us, they construct a mask filled with the same qualities we long for in a partner, to make us feel like we're experiencing a once-in-a-lifetime connection. Through the practice of future faking, they dangle the carrot of a promised future, discussing marriage, children, and a life together at the onset of the relationship. We then invest blindly in a future that may never actually come to fruition. We put our time, energy, and finances into a con artist whose promises are empty. Love bombing is incredibly powerful when it is used on someone who is still healing from a loss or a trauma, or someone with some kind of void in their lives. As Dale Archer, MD, explains, the dopamine rush of the new romance is vastly more powerful than it would be if the target had a healthy self-image, because the love bomber fills a need the target can't fill on her own. Once victims are sufficiently hooked, toxic people then push them off the pedestal. This is known as devaluation. Periodically, they still give their victims scraps of the idealization phase, causing victims to work even harder to regain the honeymoon phase of the relationship. Psychologists call this intermittent reinforcement of positive rewards to provoke a response in the victim. Whenever the victim is about to leave, the abuser swoops in with the nice guy or nice girl act, causing victims to doubt themselves and the true nature of their abusers. HSPs fall victim to love bombing because they are so heavily emotional themselves that they resonate with the depth of interest shown to them by predators. Tips to diffuse love bombing. When excessive flattery is given at the beginning of any relationship, mark it as suspect. Remember that you're still getting to know this person, and that any praise you are given is superficial, even if it is accurate. You can still politely accept compliments without investing in someone you do not know. Organic partnerships will be built over time with consistent levels of respect and evidence of trustworthiness, not a frenzied display of unwarranted amounts of interest. Work on your own sense of self-worth, self-love, and self-esteem, so you don't feel as easily swayed by someone sweeping you off your feet. Slow down the relationship. Avoid physical intimacy in the first stages of dating, and observe how the other person reacts to your boundaries. Do they respect your boundaries? Or do they engage in fast forwarding, pushing and coercing you to move faster than you'd like, becoming enraged and controlling? These are red flags. Trust genuine connection that builds over time rather than instantaneous chemistry. When someone love bombs you, don't respond by overinvesting or matching their level of interest. Instead, see it as an indication that they must prove their empty words with their actions and consistent behaviors over time. Love bomb yourself with self-esteem and slow down the pace of the relationship. Know your self-worth so you don't need other people to feed you accolades. Journal reflection. Halt love bombing. Reflect on a toxic person who has love bombed you or is love bombing you now. How can you slow down the relationship? If this was a past relationship, what action could you have taken to keep more of a distance? Options include not responding to constant texts, taking a break from seeing each other during the week, and slowing down the pace of physical intimacy. Intermittent reinforcement. Intermittent reinforcement in the context of an abusive relationship is used to manipulate victims into working harder for their abuser's approval. Psychologists Charles Furster and B.F. Skinner discovered that animals are more likely to respond to a stimulus when its rewards are unpredictable or on an intermittent reinforcement schedule. For example, a rat presses a lever more fervently and persistently when it is taught that the reward comes randomly rather than predictably whenever it is pushed. Similarly, a gambler at a slot machine will keep playing in the hopes of a win, despite the losses to get the rare reward. Bottom line, we work harder for what we can't seem to have, or even the evasive hope of attaining it, like we did once before. As we learned in the beginning of this book, intermittent reinforcement is particularly powerful in creating a biochemical bond with a toxic partner. Those on the narcissistic spectrum know this instinctively and use intermittent reinforcement against the people they target. When they've locked a victim into an abuse cycle, they still throw in scraps of affection, attention, love bombing, and bits of the honeymoon phase to keep their victims on their toes. This ensures the victim is always working harder to regain the approval of the narcissist, rather than brainstorming ways to get out of the toxic relationship. If an abuser was consistently mean, the victim would have no reason to stay. However, This display of intermittent affection feeds what clinical psychologist Joe Carver calls the small kindness perception. As victims, we perceive any kind of affectionate action or words after enduring agonizing abuse in a more amplified manner. Even a period of no abuse can count as affection in our eyes, because the absence of terror is perceived as a gift to those who are accustomed to a war zone. Much like a small crumb feels like a loaf of bread to a starving person, an abused victim sees the occasional kind deed as evidence of their abuser's generosity and mistakes it for the totality of their character, rather than a tactic embedded within the abuse cycle. This gives victims false hope that their abusers will change. Terry's wife, Michelle, was incredibly abusive. She would throw things at him, scream at him, and frequently threaten to take their children away. Terry came to anticipate and fear her rage attacks whenever he came home. Her behavior was unpredictable and volatile. Most of the time, she was angry and sullen. Yet there were also days when she seemed calm. On those rare days, she would cook him a lavish meal, shower him with affection, and talk excitedly about future plans. He savored those nights of peace and felt especially bonded to Michelle then. It reminded him of when they first met, how charming she had been, and how they would spend hours talking into the early dawn. Unfortunately, the next day, her abusive behavior would return like clockwork. Despite Michelle's dangerous behavior, Terry still felt attached to her. He was convinced they had a once-in-a-lifetime kind of connection. After all, when it was good, it was really good. When it was bad, it was really bad. He rationalized that he would have to accept the bad times in order to get to the good. This is a common way abusers use intermittent reinforcement of positive behaviors to keep their victims trauma bonded to them and the abuse cycle. Tips on tackling intermittent reinforcement. When you notice a cycle of hot and cold behavior, press pause and withdraw from the interaction. Do not feed this cycle by responding positively to a person who finally returns to good behavior after a period of toxicity. If good behavior from someone you know is shocking and a relief to you, consider this a red flag rather than a green light to keep moving forward with the relationship. Instead of entertaining inconsistent behavior, make your own behavior consistent by detaching from someone who disrespects you. Depending on the circumstances, you can cut ties with this person completely or do a slow fade from their life. Abusive individuals to whom you've given second, third, and fourth chances do not deserve any more chances. Abort the mission of attempting to change them. They have shown you time and time again that they will not change. And even if they do appear to change, remember that they are just temporarily morphing into the person they were in the beginning to get you to trust them again in order to exploit you. Do not fall for it. See the cycle for what it is, an endless loop that will always return to its toxic beginnings. When someone goes hot and cold, it's time for you to go cold for good. Journal reflection. Curb the conditioning. Write down some instances of hot and cold behavior you've experienced. How did you react when the person went cold? Example, I called them multiple times trying to get their attention, but they never responded. How will you react in the future? Example, I will withdraw from interacting with them and spend time with someone who cares about me or doing something I care about. Hoovering. When toxic people are met with boundaries or the ending of a relationship, Some continue to test these boundaries long after the expiration date of the relationship by repeated attempts to contact you. They reach out to suck you back into the traumatic vortex of the relationship like a Hoover vacuum, which is why this tactic is known as hoovering. Hoovering allows toxic people to check in with their targets when they are moving forward with their lives. For example, an abusive ex-partner might hoover their victim by sending them texts on certain holidays, reminiscing about the happy moments they had together. A toxic mother might hoover her adult daughter by calling her after giving her the silent treatment. A garden variety jerk might hoover by reaching out to one of the girls he played in hopes that she'll be receptive to reconciliation. Hoovering can also be indirectly staged through third parties who pass on the abuser's message or through social media stalking. It can consist of love bombing messages, stories about how they've magically changed. They haven't. Devaluing or provocative messages, a fabricated emergency or illness, or, even more sadistically, messages that brag about the abuser's new partner. Contrary to popular myth, when the person doing the reaching out is toxic, hoovering is not about missing someone or loving someone. Researchers Justin Magilski and Lisa Welling discovered that those who had darker personality traits, such as narcissism, psychopathy, and duplicity, made attempts to stay friends with their exes out of pragmatism, sex, and for access to the person's resources, not because they missed or loved them, or had any kind of epiphany about their destructive behavior toward others. So, if you're met with a friend request from a toxic ex-partner, whether online or in real life, be wary. Their intentions are likely not as pure as you might assume. Licensed psychologist Tony Ferretti notes, narcissists hate to fail or lose, so they will do what they can to maintain some connection if they didn't make the choice to end it. They may stay connected to exes in order to have access to valuable resources. They also have inside information about their ex's vulnerabilities and weaknesses that they can exploit and manipulate, which gives them a sense of power and control. Narcissists are not above publishing provocative posts on their online platforms to try to get a rise out of their victims, and digital platforms have made it technologically speedy for them to hoover, stalk, and harass their victims with more ferocity. In the olden days, toxic people would have had to send smoke signals and write letters to hoover you. Now they make use of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Snapchat, create multiple phone numbers using apps, and even install spyware on the devices of their victims. Hoovering gets your hopes up that this time will be different, preventing you from reestablishing full control over your life and remaining entangled in the narcissist's toxic web. In the mind of the narcissistic individual, if they can bait you to respond and engage with them, they can also bait you back into the relationship. Tips on how to intercept hoovering. To prevent hoovering, block the toxic person's number, email, and all their social media profiles. Cut off ties with any mutual friends they may use to spy on you, whether online or in real life. Of course, the narcissist may still try to hoover through other means, like through anonymous accounts or by stalking, in which case you'll want to document these attempts and report to law enforcement, depending on the circumstances. When this occurs, do not give in to the hoovering. Reframe your automatic assumption that an attempt to reestablish contact in any way means that the toxic person misses you. Rather, say to yourself, they don't miss me. They miss controlling me. Write down a list of abusive incidents to ground yourself back into the reality of the abuse and mistreatment you experienced. Work with a counselor to do this if you find it triggering. This will reconnect you to the reality of the situation rather than false promises or fantasies. Make a habit of anchoring yourself like this when hoovered. If for some reason you have to respond, minimize harm as much as possible. For example, with a work colleague you can't avoid interacting with or an ex-partner you co-parent with, stick to the facts and keep it simple. Remain as emotionally unreactive as possible to their tactics. If your abusive father texts you to ask if you're coming to Thanksgiving dinner, let him know you won't be able to make it without going into the details and giving in to his attempts at emotional blackmail or guilt tripping. If a slimy ex writes loving posts about their new partner and texts you about how happy they are, document the texts in case you need evidence of their harassment. Block their number and social media accounts. Remember, a no is not a negotiation or an invitation to be persuaded. When hoovered, don't get sucked back in. Block, document, and delete. Journal reflection. Don't get sucked into the toxic vortex. On which platforms and media do you have contact with a toxic person? How can you prevent them from accessing you and protect your privacy or decrease the chance of being hoovered? For example, in co-parenting situations, you might use a third-party application such as Our Family Wizard, which allows you to communicate through a system that documents interactions for the court. On social media, you can block the toxic person and restrict your settings so no revealing information is accessible to the public. If you're being stalked or harassed, log these instances whenever possible, should you ever decide to take legal action. Toxic shaming. When toxic people can't manipulate you, they resort to unhealthy shaming in order to instill a sense of fear, obligation, and guilt about you being an independent person with different opinions, preferences, needs, and desires. Chronic shaming lowers our self-esteem. Research indicates that both men and women who have their self-esteem lowered are more agreeable and compliant to the requests of others. So when a toxic person or a narcissist shames and judges you excessively for not fulfilling their desires, there's a chance that you may actually scramble to try to meet their demands. Shaming also works because it taps into the core wounds of childhood, reawakening what trauma therapists call the inner critic. In his book Homecoming, psychologist John Bradshaw distinguishes between healthy shame and toxic shame. Whereas healthy shame reminds us of our limitations, toxic shame forces us to be more than human, perfect, or less than human. As adults, when we are shamed by toxic people, we feel guilty, even when the accusation is without merit, and we regress back to powerful childhood emotions and beliefs. Jared's brother, Ben, consistently tried to get his brother to loan him money. Whenever Jared tried to get boundaries by telling his brother he couldn't give him a loan, Ben would shame him. "You're so stingy, always spending money on yourself," he would remark whenever Jared bought something for himself, like a new pair of shoes, even though just the week before, Jared had spent a considerable amount helping to pay Ben's bills. This was a manipulative accusation meant to make Jared feel guilty about setting boundaries, and had no basis in reality. Toxic people use shaming remarks because they can make us feel as if we are the problem, when in reality, it's the toxic person's own dysfunction that causes them to excessively judge and criticize others. As HSPs, we internalize this form of shaming, because we are so attuned to the emotions of others and are highly conscientious about how we make others feel. Unhealthy shaming and judgment from others affects us deeply, especially if we grew up in abusive households where we were taught that our worth was tied to gaining approval and pleasing others. Tips on how to shun shaming. When you are being shamed by a toxic person, mindfully resist internalizing that shame. Breathe through your automatic impulse to absorb the shame like a sponge, and instead, figuratively, hand the shame back to the person shaming you. Mentally say to yourself, "This doesn't belong to me. This is yours." Resist the compulsion to try to gain this person's approval or cater to their needs. Instead, acknowledge when you might be having an emotional flashback, a regression back into childhood wounds and emotions, and use this as an opportunity to do some inner work to heal those wounds. Show yourself compassion when healing these wounds. Clinical psychologist Tara Brach created the excellent acronym RAIN to help you do so. Recognize what is happening, allow life to be just as it is, investigate with gentle attention, and nurture. You may hold a hand to your heart or cheek when saying affirmations such as, "I love you. You didn't deserve the horrible things that happened to you. You deserve the very best. I am sorry you went through this. I am here for you. I accept you. I approve of you." Giving yourself approval, validation, affection, attention, and love builds a healthy barrier between you and the toxic shaming tactics of others. It also eases the burden of any self-blame you may be experiencing from old wounds. Replace shame with self-compassion. Journal reflection. Speaking to your inner child. Write about the first times you felt shamed as a child. If you feel too triggered, go through this exercise with a counselor. As you remember these times, visualize yourself as a child, innocent and helpless. Send love and compassion to this child. Speak to the child kindly and let them know that you are there for them whenever they need it and that they don't need to be ashamed anymore. Remind them that they did not deserve the mistreatment they endured. They were an innocent victim of circumstance. Projection. Toxic people displace their own shortcomings and issues onto others. This is a defense mechanism called projection. Much like an individual's shaming tactics have more to do with their own sense of shame, projections are a way for toxic people to escape responsibility for their own negative behavior and traits, as they dump their traits and behaviors onto others. While we all engage in projection to some extent, narcissistic personality clinical expert Linda Martinez Louis, PhD, asserts that the projections of a narcissist are often psychologically abusive. Narcissists use malignant projections to deliberately terrorize their victims and to cast their victims as the perpetrators. As Martinez Louis writes, with constant ugly primitive projections of volcanic rage, humiliations, withering criticisms, the covert narcissist creates a horrendous, nightmarish environment for his or her spouse. The partner or spouse of the covert narcissist survives in a state of constant psychological and emotional siege. In the twisted world of the narcissist's distorted insults, it is always opposite day. Narcissists call intelligent and successful people lazy or moronic and accuse them of being full of themselves. Quite an ironic projection given the narcissist's own egocentrism and cockiness. They verbally abuse their partners and call beautiful, successful people unattractive and unappealing. They claim loving, compassionate, and empathetic people are monsters. They accuse loyal people of deception and infidelity. They convince you that you are the opposite of what you really are, a kind, beautiful, intelligent, successful, and compassionate human being. A narcissist's malignant projections have nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. Listen closely. What they see in you is actually what they fail to notice about themselves in the mirror. Priyanka's sociopathic boyfriend, Nathan, accused her of cheating on him, even though he was the one having multiple affairs behind her back. He would regularly check her phone for clues that she was talking to other guys and show up unannounced to her house to catch her in the act. Their relationship eventually ended when Priyanka discovered that Nathan had numerous online dating profiles and was having unprotected sex with 5 different girls. George had a narcissistic boss who was always accusing him of being unoriginal and uncreative. When George would share his ideas in meetings, his boss would criticize him for not being more innovative, only to later steal George's ideas and call them his own. It was eventually discovered that this same boss had ripped off the ideas of numerous other employees and took credit for them. Beth's roommate, Chelsea, was a crazy maker. She was constantly starting arguments over irrelevant things and would often come home belligerent and drunk. When Beth told her roommate politely that she could no longer handle the stress of their living arrangements and wanted her to move out, Chelsea accused Beth of being a drama queen. Tips on pushing away projection. When met with a projection by a toxic person, imagine that they are actually saying the same thing about themselves and reject that projection. For example, when your narcissistic ex-partner tells you what a terrible parent you are, realize that they are actually talking about themselves. They are the terrible parent. When your toxic friend judges you for being single, realize that they are projecting their unhappiness of their own relationship onto you. You don't have to accept anyone's projections. See the projection for what it is and figuratively hand it back when you begin ruminating over the insults. Mentally translate what the narcissist is really saying, especially if they are pathologically envious of you. Do not tell the narcissist your translation directly, as it will likely induce their rage. This is simply an exercise for you. For instance, if a narcissist told you, "You always overreact. You're so bitter and hateful," remember how they lash out in rage over the smallest perceived slight. Who's actually the one that overreacts? Who is truly the bitter and hateful person? You can also mentally translate what the narcissist says into what they really mean. If they belittle your success, for example, you might translate this to, "I am jealous of what you've accomplished. It threatens my sense of superiority. I have to make you feel small in order to feel better about myself." Here are a few other specific ways you can overcome projection. Collect evidence that challenges projections. Remember the feedback you've received from other empathic people. Our brains tend to hang on to negativity more than positivity. They are accustomed to look for danger in order to combat threats in our environment to survive. And because we react more strongly to negativity, we are more deeply affected by it as a result. As Roy Baumeister and his fellow researchers note, bad emotions, bad parents, and bad feedback have more impact than good ones. Put another way, you are more upset about losing $50 than you are happy about gaining $50. Researchers Andrew Newberg, MD, and Mark Waldman note that even a single negative word can increase activity in the amygdala, the center for fear and anxiety. It's important to balance the emotional seesaw. There is likely far more evidence to the contrary that you are not considering because your survival brain is latching onto the narcissist's negativity as truth. Recall and document healthy feedback and facts that contradict the narcissist's projections. This is for you, not the narcissist. Write down a list of accomplishments, compliments, and facts that refute the narcissist's faulty distortion. Create an audio tape reminiscing about all the things you're proud of. Make a bulletin board of photographs that capture joyful moments in your life. Save screenshots of sweet texts, emails, social media comments, and more that can serve as anchors to remind you of who you truly are and what you're capable of. Refer to these repetitively whenever you feel self-doubt. By mentally savoring compliments, accomplishments, and positive experiences, we reject the narcissist's vile accusations as gospel. Recondition yourself to remember positive feedback rather than the narcissist's pathologically envious projections. Retrain your subconscious mind so you can self-validate and channel your pain into success. Meditation, positive affirmations, and hypnosis can do wonders for reworking the destructive falsehoods the narcissist has taught you to believe about yourself. Research shows the positive impact these healing modalities have on emotion regulation, coping with anxiety, and sense of self-worth. We'll learn more about healing modalities in the final chapter of this book. You can use what the narcissist has degraded in you as an incentive to prove them wrong by working on rebuilding your life, goals, and dreams. Once you learn to self-validate and channel the pain of what was done to you into your highest good and the greater good, you can successfully overcome the narcissist's malignant projections. If you need to respond to a narcissist projection in a situation where interactions are unavoidable, do so succinctly. Calmly say something like, "That actually describes you more than me," before exiting the conversation. Just know that narcissists are unlikely to admit that their projections are more about them than you. That's why your time is better spent validating yourself and seeing the projection for what it is, an attempt by the narcissist to make you a trash receptacle for their problems. Journal reflection, translating toxic projections. Write down an insult you've been given by a toxic person. Next, write down the translation, the projection the narcissist is trying to hand over to you. Then, note the behavior and attitude shift you can implement as a result of this translation. For example, 1. The narcissist told me, "You're so full of yourself. You're so selfish." 2. The translation, "I am so full of myself and selfish. I can't stand to see you be confident and set boundaries because it takes the control, power, and attention away from me. So I'd rather guilt you for doing this." 3. Behavior shift. Now that I know the narcissistic person is trying to guilt me into not setting boundaries or building confidence, I have even more incentive to do so. Do as many of these as you can and see how it changes your perspective on the narcissist's insults and reveals their hidden motives. Hypercriticism, nitpicking, and moving the goalposts. One of the ways manipulative predators control us is through hypercriticism, heavily scrutinizing anything and everything we do. This includes casting hypercritical remarks about our appearance, personality, lifestyle, achievements, talents, work ethic, choices, and more. Everything is fair game in a narcissist's mind. Shaming us for existing as an independent human being with our own preferences, opinions, and worldviews is the way narcissists program us to self-destruct. In an interview for CTV News, clinical psychologist Simon Sherry noted that hypercriticism is a form of narcissistic perfectionism that is corrosive and destructive to other people. The criticism is ceaseless, and if you fall short of their lofty standards, they're likely to lash out at you in a harsh way. Hypercriticism is the weapon with which narcissists commit emotional murder with clean hands. Yet narcissists themselves often fall far below the high standards they set for others. If we are subconsciously trained to view ourselves through the narcissist's hypercritical lens, we are unable to feel a steady sense of self-worth and rejoice in our accomplishments. This gives them the power to shape our self-perception, self-esteem, and self-efficacy. For example, a narcissistic mother who constantly nitpicks her daughter's weight may cause her to struggle with self-harm and eating disorders in adulthood. Hypercriticism can even lead to suicidal ideation, especially if we endured it at an early age, during a vulnerable developmental stage. Constructive criticism is usually given to help you. Destructive criticism is used to dismantle your sense of self. Perhaps the greatest distinction between constructive and destructive criticism is the presence of personal attacks and impossible standards. Destructive critics don't want to help you improve. They want to rig the game and set you up to fail. They want an excuse to nitpick, pull you down, and scapegoat you in any way they can. Toxic people use the tactic of moving the goalposts to ensure that they have every reason to be endlessly dissatisfied with you, regardless of what you do or don't do for them. Even after you've done everything in the world to satisfy their arbitrary desires, provided all the evidence to validate your perspective, or taken every action to meet their request, they set up yet another expectation of you, demand more proof, or get you to meet yet another goal. These goalposts will continually change and may even be unrelated. They don't have any other point besides making you work harder for the narcissist's approval. By raising expectations higher and higher each time, or switching them abruptly, toxic people instill in you a pervasive sense of unworthiness, of never feeling quite enough. By rehashing one irrelevant fact or hyper-focusing on what you did wrong, narcissists divert away from your strengths and accomplishments and toward your fabricated flaws. They pull you into obsessing over any weaknesses instead and worrying over the next demand of theirs you're going to have to meet until eventually you've bent over backward trying to fulfill their every need, only to realize none of it changed the horrific ways they've mistreated you. Tips on moving past the goalposts and into self-acceptance. The antidote to moving goalposts is self-validation, developing a sense of being worthy and enough from within, knowing you do not have to prove yourself to anyone who attempts to belittle you. If you find yourself being asked to prove yourself constantly, recognize this as a red flag for manipulation. Don't get sucked into nitpicking comments and changing goalposts. If someone refuses to acknowledge the work you've done to validate your point or to satisfy them, remember that their motive isn't to better understand you or to provide feedback on how you can improve. It's to further provoke you as they position themselves as a superior figure. Validate and approve of yourself. In more or less words, let the toxic person know, I've already met that expectation. I'm not interested in trying to further prove myself to you. Here are some more things you can do. Work with a counselor to reprogram your negative belief systems. Use hypnotherapy as a supplemental tool to instill new, healthier beliefs. Create an inventory of all of the compliments and kind words you've heard throughout your lifetime. especially related to the very things that the toxic person insulted. This list will help you realize how much support you do have from genuine, healthy people. It reminds you that the toxic person has an agenda when they insult you, one of keeping you down. Moving past the goalposts and into self-acceptance requires raising yourself up. Make a list of positive affirmations you can say to yourself daily, tailored to soothing your doubts and insecurities. Record them on your phone or a tape recorder. Hearing them said aloud in your own voice, or even in the voice of a loved one as suggested by self-help author Louise Hay, can be especially powerful in reworking your self-perception and curbing your negative self-talk. This dampens the force of that internalized critic who developed out of the narcissist's demeaning comments. Know that you don't deserve to feel constantly deficient or unworthy in some way, whether in the workplace or in a romantic relationship. Don't keep up with the moving goalposts. Get centered in your own self-worth. You are already enough. Journal reflection. Affirmations to counter criticism. Write down some affirmations you can tell yourself whenever a rumination over a criticism arises. For example, if you're remembering a time a toxic person scrutinized your appearance, you may have an affirmation like, "I am beautiful inside and out," to replace this rumination every time it comes up. This will reprogram your mind over time to believe in the affirmation rather than the rumination. Destructive conditioning. Toxic people respond to your strengths, talents, and happy memories with abuse, frustration, and disrespect. They use what I call destructive conditioning to get you to associate your happiest moments, interests, passions, and dreams with their cruel and callous punishment. This is a form of what psychologists call positive punishment, the addition of aversive consequences to prevent your goal-directed behavior. As you are repeatedly punished for achieving, you begin a pattern of negative reinforcement, where you avoid the very goals that you have been conditioned to associate with the narcissist's punishment to gain a sense of safety or relief from their backlash. Like Pavlov's dogs, you're trained over time to become afraid of doing the very things that once made your life happy and fulfilling, all while being isolated from your friends and family, which makes you emotionally and financially dependent on the toxic person. Once the honeymoon phase is over, they will covertly and overtly put down the qualities and traits they once idealized. They will kick you off the pedestal they created and devalue you. They will ruin holidays, vacations, birthdays, anniversaries, and special occasions. Narcissists destructively condition us by dampening our enthusiasm and raining on our parade during moments when we should be rejoicing, such as the birth of a child or a recent business success. This interferes with what relationship researchers term capitalization, the expression of excitement for experiences or accomplishments that enhances the perceived value of those experiences. When we are unable to share exciting news with a partner without being punished or belittled, it deflates our enjoyment of what should be a celebration. Detracting from any kind of milestone or achievement to divert the focus back to the narcissist is an indication of their pathological need to be the center of attention at all times. Take a look at what some real-life survivors experienced during what should have been the happiest moments of their lives. Brooke, my father has sabotaged every celebration in my life and made it about him. Every graduation from high school, college, and even graduate school, my baby shower, and my child's blessing ceremony. Amanda, every holiday my mother makes up an excuse to be angry at us so we look like terrible children who leave her alone on the holidays. She didn't show up at my high school graduation. She told me my baby shower was tacky, and I had to beg her to show up. She threw huge fits at both of our weddings and threatened to leave in the middle of them. The list goes on and on. We are not allowed to be happy or have a moment that is ours. Megan. When I became engaged, my stepmother went out and bought a 2-carat diamond ring for herself because I was excited that I had my engagement ring and people were paying attention to me. I had mentioned that my dream car would be a hunter green Jeep Grand Cherokee. A week later, she also bought my dream car. Rachel. Every single holiday or important day has been ruined by one of my husband's tantrums or nasty comments. Every single one. I was called a horrible name on Mother's Day, had gifts thrown at me at Christmas time for accidentally opening a package that was addressed to him, called names for not wanting to hike down a steep cliff to the beach at night with no light. And that is just the beginning. Narcissists seek to destroy anything that threatens their control over your life. They are pathologically envious and don't want anything to come in between them and their influence over you. After all, if you learn that you can get validation, respect, and love from other sources besides them, what's to keep you from leaving? To malignant, toxic people, a little conditioning can go a long way to keep you walking on eggshells and falling short of your big dreams. Destructive conditioning instills in us a sense of learned hopelessness. It causes us to struggle with a pervasive sense of fear that whenever things in our life are going well, our toxic parent, partner, sibling, friend, coworker, or boss would come around and attempt to rob us of it. Destructive conditioning makes us feel that anything we derive joy from can be minimized, tainted in some fundamental way, or even taken away from us entirely for an unjust reason. Tips on curbing destructive conditioning. Extinction of our destructively conditioned responses can occur when we are able to confront the fear of achieving by repeatedly engaging in goal-directed behavior without the presence of the narcissist's punishment. Make a list of past successes, accomplishments, happy moments, and any other sources of joy that have been tainted by a narcissistic abuser. Write down how they sabotaged you, how you felt, and the aftermath of experiencing this sabotage. Then brainstorm ways in which you can reconnect to that source of joy independently of the narcissist. Here are some examples. If your narcissistic friend always degraded your dream career, think about ways you can pursue that goal anyway. If your toxic parent always rained on your birthday celebrations, start a habit of inviting only friends and relatives who are supportive of you to join you on your special day. Avoid telling narcissistic individuals about upcoming happy events or recent successes. Honor your accomplishments frequently by holding special ceremonies and gatherings that do not include the toxic person. Recondition yourself to associate a healthy sense of pride and exhilaration with the passions, hobbies, interests, aspirations, and achievements the narcissist diminished in you. You deserve to feel the full range of joy for what you've accomplished. Don't let pathological envy steal what is rightfully yours. Journal reflection. Honor your accomplishments. Write down 3 things you are proud of. It might be helpful to note 3 each in the following areas: professional and academic, social life, self-development, parenting/other relationship responsibilities, fitness, health, mental health. Next to each, list the ways you have celebrated that accomplishment and brainstorm at least one way you can celebrate it now and reward yourself. Smear campaigns. Covert predators spread falsehoods to slander your reputation and degrade your credibility to others. A smear campaign is a preemptive strike to sabotage you so that you won't have a support network to fall back on, lest you decide to detach and cut ties with the toxic person. They may gossip behind your back, slander you to their or your loved ones, create stories that depict you as the abuser while they play the victim, and claim that you engaged in the same behaviors that they are afraid you will accuse them of engaging in. They can tell blatant lies, rumors, or faux concerned suggestions that call into doubt your sanity and character. They can even resort to manufacturing false evidence. They will also methodically, covertly, and deliberately provoke you so they can use your emotional reactions to the abuse as proof of your instability. This is a form of gaslighting designed to manage your image in the public eye, to ensure that no one will believe you're being abused. When toxic types can't control the way you see yourself, they start to control how others see you. They play the martyr and victim while you're labeled the toxic one. Abusers work overtime to paint you as the abuser in order to escape accountability for their actions. They may even stalk and harass you or the people you know as a way to supposedly expose the truth about you. This exposure acts as a way to hide their own abusive behavior while projecting it onto you. Some smear campaigns can even pit two people or two groups against each other. A victim in an abusive relationship often doesn't know what's being said about them during the relationship, but they eventually uncover the falsehoods. Smear campaigns can be launched in romantic relationships, at the workplace, amid friendship circles, through the media, and within extended families. It's not uncommon for a pathologically envious, sociopathic coworker to feed misinformation about their hardworking colleagues to their bosses in order to eliminate them as a threat when climbing the corporate ladder. When narcissists infiltrate the higher ranks of authority and power, they have the potential to cause even more devastation by sabotaging those they perceive as competition. As Joe Navarro, former FBI profiler, writes in his book, Dangerous Personalities, narcissism can reach high levels in high-powered or high-trust professions, where transgressions and abuses of authority can have devastating consequences. The more authority someone possesses, the more devastating a smear campaign launched against a victim can be. Smear campaigns can create long-lasting damage. Tips when encountering smear campaigns. If you are being met with any kind of smear campaign or slander, continue to stick to the truth and let your integrity and character speak for themselves. Present only the facts if you are met with unwarranted accusations. The best revenge is living your own life, rebuilding your social networks with trustworthy people, and moving forward into success. Let go of the people who choose to support the narcissist. They will find out how wrong they are on their own. It's not your job to convince them. Take it as a blessing that you now know who your true friends are. As difficult as it is, try not to become emotionally responsive in public. Narcissists will use your emotional reactions against you to further depict you as the crazy one. Focus on any legal consequences you can take against a smear campaign. Carefully document evidence of abuse whenever possible if you need to build a case. Research the defamation laws in your state, and if necessary, enlist the help of a lawyer who is familiar with high-conflict personalities. Create a healthy support network that encourages you during difficult times, ideally one that includes a trauma-informed therapist who understands personality disorders and other survivors who have been where you are. This support network should consist of authentic, trustworthy people who have your back, not those who enable or support the toxic person in your life. The last thing you need is to be further gaslighted, invalidated, or re-traumatized when you are enduring a smear campaign. Some have asked me, is it worth going out of my way to expose the narcissist to the public? Typically, trying to bring down a psychopath single-handedly can be a dangerous endeavor, and I highly recommend that you prioritize your own sense of safety above all else, and consult a lawyer and mental health professional to thoroughly discuss your individual case. Exposing someone publicly can come with potential consequences, and malignant toxic people are likely to retaliate by accusing you of character defamation, even if everything you've said is true. Remember, these types tend to be charming and supported by society. While garden variety toxic people fear exposure and will inevitably back off at the potential of it, psychopathic individuals are incredibly ruthless, and some will even annihilate anyone who tries to expose them. The true nature of predators is eventually revealed when they turn on the very people who enabled them. So you don't have to worry about spending energy exposing the perpetrator, unless you have the proof, sense of personal safety, and incentive to do so. But first, make sure you have weighed the pros and cons of coming forward. Some people find that the risk of retaliation and personal danger far outweighs the need to expose the perpetrator, while others believe that exposure can help prevent other victims from falling prey, or even unite a group of past victims of the same predator to come forward together. It all depends on your specific circumstances, but in any case, your personal safety should always come first. Above all else, refocus on rebuilding your own name, healing, gaining social support, and meeting your personal goals. Journal reflection. Friend or foe? Think about your current support network. Who's in it? Identify those who distance themselves or abandon you during a smear campaign. These people are showing their true colors. Also take note of who stands by your side. These are your true friends. If your entire support network is defunct, start identifying potential resources to build new ones. Research in-person support groups, social networking opportunities, like those on meetup.com, counselors and domestic violence centers in your area. Triangulation. Bringing another person's threatening opinion, perspective, or presence into the dynamic of an interaction or relationship is known as triangulation. It is often used to validate the toxic person's abuse while invalidating the victim's reactions to abuse. Triangulation can take place across a variety of contexts and is used for the purposes of sabotage and bullying. It can come in the form of a love triangle that leaves you unhinged and insecure. Narcissistic parents triangulate by pitting two siblings against each other. They make unwarranted comparisons and manufacture sibling rivalry. A sociopathic ringleader of a social group can pit friends against one another by claiming that each person is gossiping about the other, when in reality, they are the one controlling each member of the group by spreading false information. In workplaces, toxic people can triangulate by spreading misinformation about a coworker to their boss to prevent them from getting a well-deserved promotion. Triangulation in romantic relationships is used not only to maintain control, but also to provoke jealousy. Malignant types in relationships love to triangulate their significant other with strangers, coworkers, ex-partners, friends, and even family members to evoke insecurity in you. They also use the opinions of others to validate their point of view and gaslight you about the abuse you're experiencing. The narcissistic personality uses triangulation and harem building to make themselves look like a highly sought-after person with many options, whether that's the reality or not. In his book, The Art of Seduction, Robert Greene encourages seducers to create triangles with friends, former lovers, and present suitors to stir rivalries and boost their value. This creates perceived competition so that the target becomes fixated on winning this highly desirable person's attention and affection. As Greene writes, few are drawn to the person whom others avoid and neglect. People gather around those who have already attracted interest. To draw your victims closer and make them hungry to possess you, you must create an aura of desirability, of being wanted and courted by many. Narcissists manufacture love triangles by constantly talking about their exes, people they've dated, or people who were apparently obsessed with them. Of course, you'll later learn that these same people are the ones the narcissist terrorized. Excessive triangulation can be an early warning sign and a foreboding of future manipulation. For example, if you find that on a first date, someone talks at length about their former partners, those they find attractive or those who find them attractive, or if they excessively flirt with others around them, consider this a major red flag and a blatant sign of disrespect. Triangulation is a diversionary tactic meant to pull your attention away from abusive behavior and onto the false image of the person's desirability. A harem provides social proof of the narcissist's character. If you're the only one who has a problem with this person, you must be the problem, or so you assume. In reality, this only means that people agree to overlook the fact that the emperor has no clothes. Manipulators employ triangulation to achieve many things, whether it be smear campaigns, gaslighting, or gaining narcissistic supply. It leaves you questioning yourself. If Danica did agree with Justin about how crazy you are, doesn't that mean you must be wrong? The truth is, narcissists love to report back gossip and lies that other people are supposedly saying about you, when in fact, they are the ones spreading the falsehoods. Tips on squaring off against triangulation. To counter triangulation tactics, realize that whomever the narcissist is triangulating with is also being triangulated by your relationship with the narcissist. Everyone is essentially being played by this one person. There is no need to compete or work harder to capture the narcissist's approval or full attention. Reverse triangulate the narcissist by gaining support from a third party who is not under the narcissist's influence, as well as by seeking your own validation and working on your self-esteem. Self-love and nourishing your sense of irreplaceability can go a long way in protecting you from unnecessary comparisons and negative self-talk. Evaluate what is unique and lovable about you. What would people first notice about you? Learn to see yourself through fresh eyes and through the eyes of others who adore and cherish your strengths. Minimize comparing yourself to anyone else. Break the triangle by removing yourself from the equation altogether. A healthy partner will strive to make you feel cherished and secure. An unhealthy one will manufacture and feed insecurities and position you as part of their harem. You never have to compete for a partner who is actually worthy of you. Take yourself out of the competition entirely. Avoid comparisons and honor your irreplaceability. Journal reflection. Uniquely you. Write down 10 irreplaceable qualities or assets you possess that contribute to your uniqueness. What is special about you and your life that someone meeting you for the first time would see? Look through the appreciative eyes of someone looking at you for the first time. Preemptive defense and pathological lying. Covert wolves in sheep's clothing are notorious for virtue signaling, publicly declaring sentiments that cast them in a good light and make others believe in their morality and character. When someone stresses the fact that they are a nice guy or a good person, asserts that you should trust them right away, or emphasizes their credibility without any provocation from you whatsoever, consider it a sign that you need to pay close attention to their character. According to internationally renowned security expert Gavin de Becker, author of The Gift of Fear, this is a variation of what is known as an unsolicited promise, something that predators will use to lower your defenses so they can prey on you. Abusive people overstate their ability to be kind, loyal, honest, and compassionate. They claim they would never lie to you without first building a solid foundation of trust organically. This kind of preemptive defense is meant to protect them against your eventual and inevitable suspicions down the road. They can perform for you a high level of sympathy and empathy at the beginning of your relationship to dupe you, only to unveil their false mask and cruel intentions later on. When you see the mask slipping periodically during the devaluation phase of the abuse cycle, the true self is revealed to be terrifyingly calculating and contemptuous. Genuinely nice or honest people rarely brag excessively about their positive qualities. They exude their warmth and consistency more than they talk about it. They know that their actions over time speak volumes more than mere words. They know that trust and respect is a two-way street that requires reciprocity, not repetition. Narcissists, sociopaths, and psychopaths are natural pathological liars. As George Simon, PhD, asserts, manipulative, malignant narcissists lie to keep one step ahead of you. They neither want you to know who they really are, nor what they're really up to. They seek only power, dominance, and control. And lying enables this. It gives them the position of advantage. Lies can be explicit, or they can be told with a significant amount of omission. As Donna, a survivor of narcissistic abuse, tells me, the sneakiest way a covert narcissist abused me was obfuscation, never giving all the facts, so it wasn't ever a complete lie, but leaving me with the feeling of something is missing in the story. Pathological deception like this is common among sociopathic leaders in the business world. For example, CEO Elizabeth Holmes defrauded investors out of billions of dollars for her blood testing startup, Theranos, a technology that delivered none of what it promised. She was able to cultivate relationships with some of the world's wealthiest and most influential people using her charisma, leading some investors to hand over millions to a company that placed the health of others at stake. She was even said to be faking her voice in order to appear more dominant. Her prolific lies, along with the strength of her false persona, enabled her to get away with fraud for quite a long time. Narcissists create these types of elaborate lies, not only to commit financial fraud, but also to engage in emotional con artistry. It's very common for them to live double lives and hide multiple affairs. Tips for dealing with preemptive defenses and pathological liars. Be wary of preemptive defenses. If someone declares early on that they would never lie to you, ask yourself why they feel the need to say that. Rather than taking their claims as truth, examine why a person may be emphasizing their good qualities. Is it because they think you don't trust them? Or because they know you shouldn't? Trust behavioral patterns more than empty words, and see how someone's actions communicate who they are, not who they say they are. Do not give your blind trust to anyone unless they have shown you the consistency of their character over time. Remain neutral at the beginning of any kind of relationship, whether it be a romantic relationship or a business venture. This will help you notice discrepancies and red flags. Be wary of anyone who drip feeds you the truth, giving you only part of the truth while omitting important details. If you are especially vulnerable to gaslighting, I recommend keeping a journal to track any information that does not add up when meeting a new partner, friend, or employer. This will keep you grounded within your instincts and inner guidance. Maintain a record, even if it has to be a secret record, of all the lies you suspect you've been told by someone and the evidence you've discovered that challenges them. Additionally, when confronting someone you suspect is a pathological liar, let them tell their version of events first by asking follow-up questions so you can observe whether or not they will tell the truth and what they let slip. Remember, covert wolves in sheep's clothing reveal their true colors more readily when they think they're not being watched. If they are violent or aggressive, do not let them know you have contradictory information that would expose them. Instead, detach, make a safety plan, and cut ties as soon as possible. Taking an observer stance, instead of automatically accusing them, will give you more information about their character in the long run. Mainly, whether they'd be willing to be transparent, even if they didn't know you had proof of their lies. You are not responsible for filling the gap between the reality of this person and who they portray themselves to be. Journal reflection. Words, actions, and patterns. Look at the toxic person's words, actions, and patterns. Write down a promise a toxic person has made you. Then write down the actions that contradicted these words. Next, write down the overarching patterns you've been noticing from this person in relation to this promise that appear to disprove the stated intentions. If you wish, you can also add a conclusion, as shown in this example. Words. He said he would never lie to me. Actions. He had a secret girlfriend. Patterns. A history of pathological lying, using charm and deceit to blindside me. Conclusion. He is a pathological liar who preemptively tries to prove his trustworthiness. He cannot be trusted and does not belong in my life. Nonsensical arguments and conversational diversions. Malignant narcissists weaponize a variety of conversational diversions to keep you off balance and to engage you in crazy-making. These include ad hominem attacks and character assassination. When narcissists are unable to provide a logical rebuttal to your argument or perspective, they attack your character instead. They employ circular reasoning, insults, projection, and gaslighting to disorient you and get you off track should you ever disagree with them or challenge them in any way. They do this in order to discredit, confuse, and frustrate you, to distract you from the main problem and make you feel ashamed for being a human being with differing thoughts and feelings. If you've ever spent even 10 minutes arguing with a toxic narcissist, you've probably found yourself wondering how the argument even began at all. You simply disagreed with them about their absurd claim that the sky is red, and now your entire childhood, family, friends, morality, career, and lifestyle choices have come under attack. That is because your disagreement picked at their false belief that they are omnipotent and omniscient, resulting in a threat to their overinflated sense of self and grandiose sense of superiority. Rather than addressing your feedback, They stage personal attacks on who you are as a person. How to confront ad hominem attacks. The best response is, of course, no response. But if you do have to respond to a narcissist's attacks for whatever reason, do not give in to their diversion. Restate the facts and let them know that their personal attack is not relevant. If you can, end the conversation there. You don't owe grown adults a full education on how to be a decent person. Remember, toxic people don't argue with you. They essentially argue with themselves, and you serve as the audience to their long, self-absorbed, draining monologues. They thrive off the drama, and they live for the chaos they manufacture. Each and every time you attempt to counter their absurd claims, you feed them narcissistic supply. Don't feed them. Instead, supply yourself with the confirmation that their abusive behavior is the problem, not you. Cut the interaction short as soon as you anticipate it escalating, and use your energy on self-care and self-protection instead. Name-calling. As we know, narcissists blow out of proportion anything they perceive as a threat to their superiority. In their world, only they can ever be right, and anyone who dares to say otherwise creates an injury that results in narcissistic rage, which, as Mark Goulston, MD, asserts, does not result from low self-esteem, but from a high sense of entitlement and false sense of superiority. He writes, "Hell hath no fury or contempt as a narcissist you dare to disagree with, tell they're wrong, or embarrass." There is a saying that when you're a hammer, the world looks like a nail. When you're a narcissist, the world looks like it should approve, adore, agree, and obey you. Anything less than that feels like an assault, and because of that, a narcissist feels justified in raging back at it. The lowest of the low resort to name-calling when they can't think of a better way to manipulate your opinion or micromanage your emotions. They feel entitled to diminish and demean you by labeling you in destructive ways. Name-calling is a quick and easy way to degrade your intelligence, appearance, or behavior, while invalidating your right to be a separate person with your own perspective. Name-calling can also be used to criticize your beliefs, opinions, and insights. The wisdom you've gained from your life experiences, your well-researched perspective, or your informed opinion is depicted as moronic or idiotic in the hands of a malignant narcissist who feels threatened by it and cannot make a respectful, convincing rebuttal. Narcissists insult your intelligence to conceal their own ineptitude. Rather than target your argument, they target you as a person and seek to undermine your credibility and intelligence in any way they can. How to handle name-calling. It's important to end any interaction that consists of name-calling and communicate that you won't tolerate it. It will only get worse from there. Don't internalize it. Realize that this person is resorting to name-calling because they lack higher-level methods. You can follow these steps. If you find yourself becoming distressed due to the name-calling, use mindful breathing methods to calm down and refocus on how to best defend yourself in your specific circumstances. If name-calling happens during a discussion with a family member or an intimate partner, tell them firmly, "I won't tolerate being disrespected like that," and make a safe exit for the time being. If the name-calling takes place as a form of harassment or stalking by an ex-partner, be sure to document it in case you ever need it for legal action. If it occurs in a professional setting, analyze whether or not you can report the incident to a manager. If online, report the incident to the appropriate social media platform and block the person. Keep screenshots in case the person continues cyberstalking. Sweeping generalizations. To avoid addressing the real issues at hand, narcissists make sweeping generalizations whenever we dare to call out their mistreatment. These include exaggerations about your hypersensitivity, or all-encompassing statements such as, "You are never satisfied," and "You always overreact." This tactic can be especially powerful when used on HSPs, because it gaslights us into believing that it is our high sensitivity, rather than their abuse, that is the problem. While it's possible you are oversensitive at times, it is far more likely that the abuser is insensitive and cruel the majority of the time. How to deal with sweeping generalizations. Toxic people wielding blanket statements do not represent the full richness or nuance of reality. They represent a distorted perspective based on their own self-absorbed agendas. Hold on to your truth and resist generalizations by realizing that they are, in fact, forms of illogical, black and white thinking. You can also point out, "You're generalizing." There have been many instances when this isn't true, depending on how receptive you think this person would be to feedback. However, the more toxic they are, the more likely you will get mired in a meaningless argument meant to throw you off balance. The goal is not to become trapped in such an argument, but to stick to the original statement you're trying to get across and exit if this person resorts to personal attacks. Misrepresenting your perspective to the point of absurdity. When you dare to disagree with a narcissist, your differing opinions, legitimate emotions, and lived experiences get translated into character flaws and proof of your irrationality and inability to think critically. This is also a common cognitive distortion known as mind reading. Toxic people will claim they know what you're thinking and feeling by chronically jumping to conclusions based on their own triggers, instead of evaluating the situation mindfully. These misrepresentations can stem from their own delusions and fallacies, but also from the need to deliberately unsettle you and detract from your perspective. Narcissists tell tall tales that distort what you're actually saying, so your opinions look absurd or downright heinous. Rather than acknowledging your emotions, the narcissist diverts from your experiences with outlandish accusations you didn't even make. For example, maybe you're unhappy with the way a toxic partner is speaking to you, and you call them out. In response, your partner may put words in your mouth saying, "Oh, so now you're perfect," or "So I am an evil person, huh?" when you've done nothing but express your feelings. Or they may attack your character with something like, "So what you're saying is, I can't have an opinion. You're so controlling." This enables them to invalidate your right to have thoughts and emotions about their inappropriate behavior, instilling a sense of guilt when you establish boundaries. How to respond to misrepresentations. Set a firm boundary by repeatedly stating, "I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth." Then walk away should the person continue to accuse you of doing or saying something you didn't. Don't let this toxic person blame shift and digress from their own abusive behavior, or shame you for giving them any sort of realistic feedback. If you are dealing with someone you can't depart from, like in the workplace, it's helpful to succinctly repeat the facts of what you did do or say and excuse yourself. Changing the subject to avoid accountability. This tactic is what I like to call the "what about you" syndrome. It's a digression from the actual topic that redirects attention to a different issue altogether. Narcissists don't want you to hold them accountable for anything, so they will reroute discussions to circumvent consequences. Complaining about their neglectful parenting, they'll point out a child-rearing mistake you made 10 years ago. Letting them know that their lies are unacceptable, they'll remark about that time you told a white lie to get out of a family event. This type of diversion has no limits in terms of time or subject content, and it often begins with a sentence like, "What about the time when you did this?" How to avoid this diversion? Don't be derailed. If a toxic person pulls a switcheroo on you, exercise the broken record method mentioned earlier by continuing to state the facts without giving in to the attempts to distract you from the bigger picture. Redirect their redirection by saying, "That's not what I am talking about. Let's stay focused on the real issue in the present moment." Bait and feign innocence. Toxic individuals lure you into a false sense of security so they can showcase their cruelty in an even more appalling fashion. Provocative statements, hurtful jokes, name-calling, stinging accusations, and unsupported generalizations are all common forms of baiting. A toxic partner may suddenly make a comment about how attractive a coworker is, or inappropriately joke about wanting an affair. This is a lure to see if you will react. Baiting you into a mindless, chaotic argument can quickly escalate into a showdown when the person on the other end has no empathy or remorse for their tactless behavior. A simple disagreement can bait you into responding politely initially, until it becomes clear that the person has a malicious motive of tearing you down. A covert put-down disguised as just a joke, as a way of getting under your skin without being able to hold the offender accountable. These aggressive jabs, cloaked as playful sparring, allow verbal abusers to say the most horrific things while still maintaining an innocent, cool demeanor. Yet any time you are outraged at an insensitive, harsh remark, you are usually accused of having no sense of humor. After all, it's just a joke, right? Wrong. It's a way to gaslight you into thinking their abuse is a joke, a way to divert you from their cruelty with your own perceived sensitivity. By baiting you with an insulting comment posed as an innocuous one, they can then begin to play with your emotions. Remember, these types of predators are well aware of your vulnerabilities, your insecurities, the unsettling catchphrases that disrupt your confidence, and the disturbing topics that reenact and cause you to re-experience your original wounds. And they use this knowledge deviously to provoke you. After you've fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker, they will sit back and innocently ask whether you're okay and talk about how they didn't mean to agitate you. This faux innocence catches you off guard and makes you believe they truly didn't intend to hurt you, until it happens so often that you can't deny the reality of their deliberate cruelty. How to resist being baited. Notice when an off-color comment, a remark disguised as playing devil's advocate, or a so-called joke disturbs you. There is usually a reason. It helps to realize when you're being baited so you can avoid engaging altogether. Your gut instinct can also tell you when you're being baited. If you continue to feel belittled, even after clarification, this is a signal that you need to take some space to reevaluate the situation before choosing to respond. Not everyone who disagrees with you will do so respectfully. You must remain mindful and vigilant of potential escalation. Rather than responding directly to the bait, you can say something neutral like, "Interesting," while excusing yourself. This offers little to no invitation to continue the conversation and avoids giving baiters the emotional reaction they're looking for. You will, of course, have repeat offenders. Some toxic people will continue this behavior even when they don't get any emotional reaction. When this happens, it's important to stand up for yourself and make it clear that you won't tolerate this type of behavior by ending the interaction immediately and cutting off contact completely. Calling out manipulative people on their covert put-downs may result in further gaslighting, but maintain your stance that their behavior is not okay. Embody your newfound strength by walking away from anyone who pokes and prods you for a reaction. As an HSP, you're never too sensitive to an insensitive person's provocations. You are right on point. Trust yourself. How to clear up with the narcissist. The Clear Up acronym presented in the previous chapter can be adapted specifically for dealing with narcissists and uncooperative individuals. You cannot effectively communicate with this type of person unless you take into account their lack of empathy and the reality of their disorder. But remember, if you fear you may be in any danger or your abuser has shown violent tendencies in the past, do not confront a narcissist directly. Here is how to apply the Clear Up tool when you can't avoid communicating with a narcissist. Context. When you frame the situation to a narcissist, refrain from overly emotional language and stick to the facts. It helps to avoid face-to-face confrontation and use email or text to document the interaction whenever possible. Narcissists thrive off the fuel of your emotional reactions and enjoy provoking people who are highly sensitive. Becoming less emotionally responsive to their tactics is part of a larger technique known as the Gray Rock Method, developed by a blogger named Skylar, a survivor of a psychopath. This is where you become like a boring gray rock to avoid a narcissist noticing you or wanting to actively manipulate you, almost like when an animal of prey plays dead to avoid the gaze of a predator. Using less emotional language can work in your favor because the narcissist will not be getting as much of a rise from you and may therefore move on to easier prey they can provoke and manipulate. For example, if you are confronting someone who has lied to you about having another relationship, you might say something like, "I only have relationships with people who are honest with me. You told me prior to our date that you did not have a partner. Now I've found out you have a spouse." Using a calm, composed, even deadpan tone of voice while stating the facts, or maintaining neutral, short responses while communicating via text or email message can help. Lay down the law. When you express why the behavior you're experiencing is problematic, it's important to take the focus off of you and onto the potential consequences. One example: if you do not stop contacting me, I will have to get law enforcement involved. Or you can opt for a more direct line of communication. "Stop harassing me." It's helpful to do this via text or email for documentation purposes. Exercise boundaries. This can include stating directly what you desire, once and only once through electronic communication. For instance, in the scenario of the married person trying to reach out to you, you could write, "I do not get involved with married people. Please do not contact me again." If they persist in contacting you, you can block their number and any of their social media profiles through which they might communicate. If they use any anonymous accounts or multiple phone numbers to reach you, make sure you are documenting this information in case you ever need it for legal purposes. Appreciation. Appreciation is not recommended with a narcissist in most situations because if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. However, you can appreciate your own needs. If you must negotiate in a situation where you cannot cut off contact, like at work, find a way to get some of your own needs met in the interaction. For example, If a coworker is asking you to take on the majority of the work on a project, tell them you will submit your half of the work after they finish the first half. Make sure there is an accountability, a reciprocity factor, so that the person knows their needs will not be met unless yours are met first. Repetition. Remember the facts and your objectives, regardless of the numerous diversions a narcissist is likely to subject you to. If the cheater in the example attempts to gaslight you by saying, "I don't have another partner. I have no idea what you're talking about. Could we meet up and discuss things?" You can respond with the broken record technique and repeat, "I do not wish to see or hear from you again. I have evidence you have a partner, and I know the truth. Don't try to spin it. It won't work with me." Or you can say nothing at all. Block their number and simply repeat to yourself the reality you experienced. Anchoring yourself in this reality is just as, if not more, important. You don't need the narcissist's validation prior to exiting the exchange and taking care of yourself. Unity. Narcissists usually don't agree to disagree peacefully, so never expect a fair negotiation with them. They will rage at you when you threaten their sense of entitlement. What's important, however, is unifying yourself with your goals, support network, outside resources, and empowering actions. Regardless of how they push back on your boundaries, you must continue to do what is best for you and hold them accountable. As you observe and gather information about the situation, document everything and trust that the narcissist will rarely keep their word. Documentation can also help if you choose to get an order of protection or need to take a case to court. Present a unified front within yourself by resisting the emotional manipulation they will inevitably use to get their way. Power posing. Feigning confidence even when you're not feeling it is even more important when dealing with a narcissist, who is always looking for any signs of vulnerability. Again, avoid face-to-face confrontation if you can help it. If you can't, use the interaction to help boost your confidence. Take a safe third party along with you to mediate, to witness, or to embolden you. If you are normally soft-spoken, take this opportunity to speak in a firm, neutral, yet unfaltering tone. Stand in a power posture, if it'll help. Maintain eye contact. Journal reflection. Plan your responses. Using the principles outlined in the examples, make out your own clear-up approach to deal with a narcissist in your life. What would you say? Who would you enlist to help serve as a witness? How would you build your confidence and anchor yourself in the reality of the abuse you experienced? How would you stay mindful? Strategies to exit. When you suspect you're dealing with a narcissistic individual, implementing the OFTEN acronym is a strategy you can use to remind you of your options to exit the situation. O, observe rather than accuse. F, fade out. T, the handy excuse. E, exit and make a safety plan. N, notice rather than react. Observe rather than accuse. Narcissistic individuals tend to unmask themselves far more quickly when they think you're not aware of who they truly are. Direct confrontation of their narcissism will result in further manipulation and narcissistic rage, which can cause you to remain entrenched in the cycle of their abuse as they begin love bombing you again. If you suspect you're with a narcissist, the better route might be to mentally prepare how to leave while collecting more information about their character. For example, if you're planning to divorce a narcissist, don't tell them until you have all your affairs in order. This might mean consulting a divorce lawyer who specializes in high conflict personalities, hiring a divorce financial planner to help you with your credit and finances, researching custody laws, getting a separate bank account, and finding a place to live. Watch out for the red flags, and when you see them, self-validate without relying on the narcissist's counter-explanation, which is likely to be filled with pathological lying, gaslighting, projection, and half-truths. Their actions and patterns of behavior will tell you far more than their words ever will. Fade out. A narcissist will rage when they feel slighted or rejected. Rather than outwardly rejecting them, you can do a slow fade. Pretend that everything is as it was, but gradually give them less and less of your energy and time. Stick to one word or neutral responses when in conversations with them. Incrementally pull out your investment so they get accustomed to not having you around. Narcissists cannot stand not having attention, so they will attempt to gain narcissistic supply elsewhere. The handy excuse. When you fade out, it's important to have a handy excuse, something the narcissist deems plausible enough to explain your withdrawal, rather than recognizing that you are actually ejecting their presence from your life. Pretend to be busy with a work project. Emphasize how stressful your new coursework is. Talk about a new venture that is taking up your time. If they react with additional rage, proceed to the next step. Exit and make a safety plan. Eventually, you'll need to have a safety plan for your exit. Work with a counselor, your human resources department, or a domestic violence advocate to devise an escape strategy. Depending on the nature of your relationship with the narcissist and whether you're cohabitating with them, you may not have to make as many arrangements as you might think. Notice rather than react. If you are forced to deal with a narcissist even after you've exited the relationship, such as in situations of co-parenting or family reunions, being emotionally in control is a must. As you know, narcissistic individuals enjoy provoking you. Notice their manipulation tactics, name them, and rather than giving them the reactions they are seeking, mindfully take a breath and refocus on your self-care. Know what they are trying to get from you, and you will achieve a sense of emotional freedom from their tactics. Chapter 4. Toxic Person Rehab. Breaking the addiction and going no contact. Miranda couldn't understand why she wasn't able to get over Terrence. She found herself constantly ruminating over the whirlwind romance they had, even though it had been months since the breakup. In the early periods of their relationship, he had showered her with lavish gifts, weekend getaways, and elaborate dates. He would call her day and night. Though there were times he seemed a bit cold and withdrawn, she was able to dismiss these red flags when he came back with the same fervent dedication to their relationship he had displayed in the beginning. Later, he began putting her down and comparing her to other women, even lashing out in angry outbursts. He would disappear for days and ignore her, then come back as if nothing had happened. She would take him back each and every time. Although she was finally the one to end things and cut all ties with him, her whole world was torn apart in the aftermath. The devastation was overwhelming. She craved to call him and reconcile, despite his mistreatment. She believed that if only they could make things work, they could return to what they had in the beginning. In the economics world, the sunk cost fallacy describes a phenomenon in which we continue to invest time, money, or resources in something because we have already paid a cost that cannot be unpaid. In the context of toxic relationships, the sunk cost fallacy applies to the time and energy we've spent investing in this particular person and the hope for a positive return, a payoff of some kind for the hefty emotional toll it's taken to maintain the relationship and the psychological debt we've incurred from enduring the trauma. We figure, I've stayed this long, I can't just leave my investment now. Like a gambler in a casino, rather than cutting our losses and realizing it would cost far less to leave now. We continue playing in hopes of that elusive win. Overcoming the fallacy requires accepting that while we can never regain the time we lost, we can reclaim our future and prevent any further cost to our well-being by leaving sooner rather than later. Freedom will be the payoff you are looking for. Yet freedom can be difficult to obtain when you still feel addicted to your narcissistic or otherwise toxic partner. In this chapter, you'll learn how to better manage your addiction to this relationship and reconnect to the reality of the situation. No contact is a gift to you. No contact creates a space for healing and reviving yourself, apart from the belittling influences of the toxic person. It is an opportunity for you to detach completely from them while moving forward with your life and pursuing your goals. It allows you to look at the relationship honestly from the realm of your own intuition, emotions, and thoughts, without gaslighting and abuse blurring your perspective. Anyone who has treated you with disrespect does not deserve to be in your life. The rule of no contact helps you resist the temptation to invite them back into your life in any manner. Many survivors find it helpful to track their progress on a calendar or in a journal. You should celebrate and take note of your ability to maintain no contact, as it is both a challenging and a rewarding path to self-empowerment. By establishing no contact, you are ultimately staging your own victory and exploring your strengths, talents, and new freedom with more ease. I invite you to take the first steps to successful recovery by challenging yourself to at least 90 days of no contact if you are undertaking this for the first time. That's the same amount of time needed for drug addicts to detox. And as you know, toxic love is akin to addiction. In this period of detoxification, you can start to heal in a protective space of self-care and self-love, enabling your mind and body to repair from the abuse. Breaking the biochemical bonds. Remember when we talked about biochemical addiction in Chapter 1? Now it's time to replace these bonds with toxic people with something constructive rather than destructive. Dopamine. As you'll recall, dopamine is one of the guilty culprits in our infatuation with an inconsistent partner. This neurotransmitter is released more readily when rewards are intermittent and unpredictable. So the hot and cold behavior of narcissists actually serves our unhealthy addiction to them. Pleasure and pain combined make for a more rewarding experience for our brains than pleasure alone, and as a result, our brains pay more attention to these relationships. Break this toxic addiction by replacing it with these healthy alternatives. Novelty. Take up new activities that will give you an adrenaline rush that has nothing to do with the toxic relationship. For HSPs who find activities like rock climbing, skydiving, or bungee jumping too alarming to their nervous system, Do just one thing a day that scares you, but that you know is beneficial for you. Brainstorm ways and activities to add spontaneity to your life, to replace the high the narcissist used to give you. During my own journey of no contact, I used to look up different events on a daily basis to see what new adventure I could go on every day. This intermittent schedule of rewards allows dopamine in your brain to flow more readily, providing you space to explore novel hobbies and interests. Start actually doing the activities on your bucket list and make your anticipated schedule as unpredictable as your narcissist's hot and cold behavior was. This enables you to rebuild a more fulfilling life overall. Journal reflection. Bucket list. Create a bucket list of things that push you to go beyond your comfort zone, adding an element of healthy fear without overstimulating yourself with respect to your sensitivity levels. On my journey, I went on a number of adventures that made life more interesting and exciting, from the super weird and silly to the rewarding and challenging. Everything from riding a mechanical bull to going on my first ever roller coaster. I also joined a new gym, got creative in an art therapy group, and tried hot yoga. Do things you've never done, and do things you have done in a new way, whether it's just for fun or for a more targeted purpose. As long as it's brand new, your brain, body, and mind will thank you. Productivity. Want to feed your reward system in more constructive ways? Create new reward circuits that keep you focused on your goals, dreams, and aspirations. Go after your passions and explore job opportunities that excite you. Get absorbed in a new hobby. Volunteer to help those in need. Jumpstart a new creative project. Enroll in a class or degree program that fascinates you and contributes to a mission you care about. I've heard from many survivors who entered careers in counseling to help others like them. They found it especially empowering and fulfilling to give back due to their life experiences. While I was going no contact, I wrote books, got a new job, and met new people through meetup.com. This gave back to my reward system in a way that was productive, not destructive. Doing this always rebuilds a better life with a new support system, adding a renewed sense of hopefulness that is essential to moving forward from a toxic relationship. Journal reflection. Goal setting. Write down at least 10 goals, activities, or hobbies you could be pursuing right now to replace the time and energy you once spent on the narcissist. Social pleasure. HSPs need a social network that mirrors their own empathic natures. Go out with people who make you feel your best because they have positive, validating, and supportive attitudes. Pick friends who lift your spirits and hang out with them at your own pace. Honor the fact that social interactions can easily drain you by balancing solo time with just enough social pleasure to keep you energized rather than depleted. Be selective about the company you keep. During recovery, stay away from or limit your interactions with people who trigger you. You know who I mean. The insensitive, invalidating types who only make you feel worse about yourself. Instead, socialize with the friends you always have a good time with, have deep and meaningful conversations with, the ones who make you laugh and who care for you deeply. These are the friends who can get that dopamine flowing again, but without the stress and trauma that toxic people bring. Journal reflection. Social stimulation limits. How much social interaction is too much for you? When do you find yourself getting drained? For example, I feel drained if I go out 2 weekends in a row. I always need a weekend in between to do my own thing and recharge. Consider your social comfort level and stick to it. Solitude. Just as social engagement is important, so is seeking pleasure solo. As an HSP, you process things very deeply. You have the gifts of introspection, imagination, and creativity. Use these as you take time and space to recharge your mental batteries. Spending time alone gets you accustomed to the peace and joy that is available without a toxic person in your life. Enjoyable solo activities can include dining out, going to a spa, soaking in a bubble bath with scented oils and candles, getting a massage, buying yourself a new outfit, going on a trip to a different city or even country you've always wanted to explore. The possibilities are endless. This will make you more independent and less people-pleasing, because the more you relish solo experiences, the less likely you are to tolerate toxic people just for the sake of having company. Journal reflection. Solo breaks. What are 3 small things you can enjoy on your own this week? Examples: go for a bike ride, read at the park, go for a walk by the river. Self-care pro tip. To add an adrenaline rush, incorporate the element of surprise to these solo activities whenever possible by introducing something new, a food you haven't tried, a place you haven't visited, or a game you've never played. Travel somewhere new for at least a weekend, even if it's just to a bed and breakfast in a different town or state. Oxytocin. As you learned in Chapter 1, oxytocin is that pesky love hormone that causes us to trust toxic people, even when they're not trustworthy. It is released during physical intimacy. Replace the oxytocin bond with the narcissist with any of the following options. Withdrawal from contact. Going no contact or low contact, the minimum contact necessary in situations that require ongoing ties, like co-parenting or workplace interactions, is essential to start to wean off of the effects of the oxytocin bond. Although, of course, it will come with cravings to reconnect with the narcissistic partner. Rather than giving in to this temptation, supplant that craving with healthier connections. Pet therapy. Oxytocin isn't just released when you snuggle with loved ones. You can also produce oxytocin by cuddling a cute animal. Research shows that cuddling with a dog actually increases the oxytocin levels of both the dog and its owner, while lowering cortisol levels in humans. If you don't already have a pet, dog sit for a friend. Visit a pet store or an animal shelter, or if you can, adopt a pet. Physical touch. Oxytocin can be released through physical touch with anyone we have a positive relationship with. Make it a regular habit to give hugs to the people you care about. Once you've ended the relationship with your narcissistic partner, you can even engage in safe touch with someone you're attracted to, as long as you're comfortable doing so. See them only as a casual partner and are able to distinguish between physical contact and emotional connection. During this time of recovery, attempting to forge a long-term relationship is discouraged unless you've already healed considerably. Casual flirting. Keep it simple. Interact with, talk to, or go on a casual date with someone with no strings attached, but only if you can keep your expectations and investment very low. Be mindful that engaging in sexual activity potentially bonds you to this person and can be triggering and re-traumatizing. So act accordingly depending on what you feel you can handle. We're not trying to create another bond with a potentially toxic partner here. We're just opening up the opportunity for flirtation and social interaction. This technique won't work for those who aren't able to separate physical affection from something more serious. But for others, going on a simple date or flirting with someone new can provide a pleasurable distraction and help the survivor get back on the path of feeling like a lovable, desirable human being. It will also remind you that you have options for close contact and intimacy with people other than the narcissist. Compassion and community outreach. Oxytocin can increase compassion and pro-social behavior in those suffering from the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Given this connection between oxytocin and compassion, it might help to support a friend, donate to a cause, volunteer for a worthy mission, or lend a listening ear to someone. Not only will you help someone, but it'll make you feel better as well. It's a win-win situation that benefits everyone. It's also important to show self-compassion, as research indicates that this heightens oxytocin levels and lowers cortisol. According to self-compassion expert Kristen Neff, crossing your arms over your chest and placing your hands over your heart can release oxytocin. You can give yourself a hug like this whenever you need it. Loving kindness meditations can also help increase compassion toward yourself and others, decreasing cortisol in the body. Cortisol. Cortisol is a hormone we want less of, not more of. Author and coach Christopher Berkland suggests numerous ways to counteract its effects, including physical activity, mindfulness, meditation, laughter, music, and social connectivity. As you're healing, follow up on some of these suggestions to decrease your cortisol levels. Attend a weekly yoga flow class or join a daily class online. Incorporate a 10-minute breathing meditation into your morning routine every single day. Watch more comedy shows and movies to tickle your funny bone. Laughter lowers cortisol levels and positively feeds your reward system. Smile whenever you can. It releases endorphins that increase relaxation. Plan a night out with your most supportive friends. Join a forum or support group for abuse survivors. Listen to music that expresses the different stages of grief and anger you are experiencing. Volunteer at a community center. Do loving kindness meditations and affirmations to increase self-compassion. Relaxing and self-soothing are key to detaching from the narcissist in your life. They help you step back and overcome your cravings to reconnect with your narcissistic partner. Serotonin. This powerful hormone can cause ruminative addiction to your ex-partner when levels are low. It affects impulsivity, ability to act on plans, emotions, memory, weight, sleep, and self-esteem. To increase serotonin, try these natural boosters, some suggested by researcher Alex Korb. Sunlight. Exposure to sunlight increases serotonin levels. Take morning and afternoon walks whenever it is sunny to get your daily dose. B vitamin. Low levels of serotonin can cause depression. B vitamins are essential for the creation of both dopamine and serotonin, and research notes a link between inadequate amounts of vitamins like B6 and B12 and depression. Consult with your doctor about taking B vitamin supplements to potentially lower the risk of depression. Massage. Research shows that massage therapy can help lower cortisol levels and boost serotonin and dopamine levels, alleviating stress. Happy memories. Recalling happy memories can increase serotonin production in the anterior cingulate cortex, a part of the brain that controls attention. Look through old photo albums, old journals, and home movies if you need help visualizing happy memories. Doing so creates a dual effect. We increase serotonin while simultaneously preventing ourselves from ruminating over unhappy events. Take care not to recall or romanticize happier times with your abusive ex-partner. Instead, make a gratitude list of memories unrelated to your abuser. Therapy. An effective way to break unhealthy bonds is to talk to a mental health professional experienced in toxic relationships, addiction, and trauma bonding. Someone who is well versed and validating in these topics can help you uncover wounds beneath the surface you may not be aware of. I'll talk more about different types of therapy in the last chapter. Medications. There are medications that can help if you are struggling with severe, crippling anxiety or depression, such as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs. However, they are beyond the scope of this book to discuss. Please always consult your psychiatrist or mental health professional regarding the best medication for you to take. Do not ever replace medication you are taking with any of the recuperative tools presented here, as they are meant as a supplement to your self-care regimen, not a substitute for therapy. Exercise. This is a powerful mood booster because it can target numerous biochemicals all at once, resulting in a surge of neurotransmitters like norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin. Exercise can lower cortisol levels as well. Thankfully, there are plenty of creative ways to exercise. I've done everything from taking hip-hop dance classes to cardio kickboxing, but my favorite exercise of choice remains running. I highly encourage you to get a gym membership and join your local yoga center if you haven't already. Whether you're currently in an abusive relationship, planning to leave, or have already started the journey to cutting off contact, any form of exercise, whether it be hiking, belly dancing, strength training, Pilates, martial arts, biking, or Zumba, will act as a natural antidepressant and help you cope with your emotions more effectively at every stage of recovery. Because we can become biochemically and traumatically bonded to toxic people in intimate relationships, it becomes more difficult for us to leave. When it comes to adverse relationships, our brains tend to work against us rather than for us, which is why we have to work even harder to cut ties and remember that our preoccupation with this person has more to do with the traumas of the relationship than the merits of the person. If we can better understand the addictive nature of these toxic relationships without blaming ourselves or justifying staying, then we can use this understanding to create healthier addictions and detach from toxic people. Tips for going no contact or low contact. The ending of an unhealthy relationship can leave us reeling and feeling unable to cope. Although we know logically that we don't deserve abuse, we can be tempted to stray from this conviction when our emotions get a hold of us. Trauma bonds keep us tethered to the abuser, along with other factors such as codependency, low self-esteem, and low self-worth, which may have been instilled in us from the abusive relationship. or kept us in the relationship in the first place. Here are some tips for sustaining low to no contact. Have a schedule filled with fulfilling, feel-good activities. If no contact is a struggle for you, establish a weekly schedule filled with pleasurable, distracting activities, such as spending time with friends, going to a comedy show, getting a massage, taking long walks, and reading helpful books. Mindfully manage addiction cravings. Remember that we are literally addicted to the narcissist via biochemical bonds created by love bombing, devaluation, and trauma. Take care of your physical and mental well-being by exercising daily, establishing a regular sleep schedule to keep your circadian rhythms in balance, doing yoga to strengthen your body and relieve stress, and engaging in a daily meditation practice of your choice. Studies show that mindfulness reduces our cravings. You may also experiment with other alternative healing methods discussed further in the final chapter, such as acupuncture and aromatherapy. Practice radical acceptance. Develop a healthier relationship with your cravings to break the no contact rule by practicing radical acceptance, wholly accepting life as it is in the present moment, and not resisting what you cannot control. Remember that relapse may be an inevitable part of the addiction cycle. Forgive yourself if you do fall off the wagon by reestablishing contact at any point, but then get back on it with self-compassion and self-forgiveness. Track your urges in your journal. Make sure that before you act on any urge, you give yourself at least an hour to collect yourself. This will get easier once you realize that contacting your toxic ex-partner, friend, or family member often bears no rewards, only painful learning experiences. Follow the delay rule whenever possible. When you have a compulsion for self-sabotage or are tempted to act on a harmful impulse, such as breaking no contact by reaching out to your abuser, delay action. Wait at least a day to see how you feel and assess whether you want to act on this craving. Keep delaying until the urge passes. Reach out for support during this time. Talking with a trusted friend or counselor can help support you and hold you socially accountable for protecting yourself from toxic people. Exercise. Craving management. Whenever a craving to break no contact arises, visualize it as the ebb and flow of a wave, coming and going. It will pass. If you do have a relapse, radically, non-judgmentally, accept your misstep and get back on track as soon as possible. Relapse can happen in addiction, but recovery will come with continued commitment. Seek supportive communities. Social accountability is vital when it comes to changing unhealthy behavior. Look up online forums or communities related to being an HSP or to recovery from unhealthy and toxic relationships. Joining such encouraging forums provides you with a solid support network as you work to remain no contact and, as an added bonus, is an opportunity to support others like you who are also struggling. Furthermore, it validates the experiences you went through with peer support. Exercise. Community support. Research one virtual or real-life community you can join this week. Take the time to grieve. You will likely experience grief during this time of withdrawal from the toxic person in your life. Know that this is normal and that grieving is often cyclical. There is no time limit. It's a fact. The more you resist negative thoughts and emotions, the more they'll persist. It is the emotional processing of your traumas that helps in healing, not avoidance. So learn how to accept both your emotions and the grieving process as inevitable parts of the healing journey. I recommend trying the grieving exercises in the book Getting Past Your Breakup, written by certified grief counselor Susan Elliott. Journal reflection. Confront an emotion. What is one emotion you've been trying to avoid? Write down your thoughts and feelings related to this emotion. Establish the parameters of low contact. If you are going low contact rather than no contact with an abuser due to a situation like co-parenting, business obligations, or because it's apparent you're not ready to cut ties with, consider what forms of contact you can tolerate. Do you want to allow phone calls or only texts? Will you visit for holidays, or will you have no in-person contact except for emergencies? These are questions to consider as you limit the ways the toxic person can reach you. Journal reflection. Low contact boundary setting. What is one boundary you can set right now to make low contact easier for you? For instance, can you block the toxic person from calling you and use a Google Voice number exclusively for texting? This could give you a break from their incessant communication and allow you to read what they have to say only when you're ready, if at all. Chapter 5. Boundaries. Electric fences that ward off predators. In order to continually protect ourselves from toxic people and unhealthy situations, we need to better understand how to exercise boundaries as a natural instinct, rather than as a last-ditch effort at self-protection. It is better to have these boundaries in place before you invest in unhealthy relationships, before toxic predators are able to infiltrate your life, and before they do great damage. Boundaries are figurative fences drawn to protect us from toxic individuals who violate our basic rights, interfere with our core values, and disrupt our personal sense of safety. When you have a clearer understanding of what your boundaries, rights, and deal breakers are, you become more consistent when implementing healthy boundaries with others, warding them off before they are able to enter your headspace in the first place. This acronym will remind you of what boundaries are and how we can maintain them. B. Believe in your own worth. O. Own your agency. U. Understand your core values. N. Name your non-negotiables. D. Deal breakers. Know them. A. Assert without apologies. R. Reinforce and repeat if challenged. I. Implement practically and safely. E. Exit when not respected. S. Save yourself and prioritize your self-care. Believe in your own worth. First, build confidence in yourself and trust that you are worthy of establishing your boundaries. In order to have boundaries, you must also have a solid sense of believing that you are on some level deserving of self-protection and getting your needs met. Use the diverse healing modalities discussed at the end of this book to reprogram your negative self-talk so that a belief in your worthiness becomes your default way of thinking and behaving. When you believe you are worthy of being treated well and take steps to align your subconscious with that belief, miracles can and will occur. You will operate more assertively with others because your automatic programming is no longer saying, I am not good enough, or I am hypersensitive, don't mind me, let me bite my tongue and quietly shrink, but rather, I am good enough. I am worthy. I deserve to be respected. I deserve to get my needs met too. I am sensitive, and that's a beautiful thing. Own your agency. Many HSPs have interpersonal patterns of helplessness and powerlessness. As an HSP, you might believe that things will never change, or that you can never stand up for yourself due to your fear of confrontation. Conflict can feel debilitating to an HSP because it overwhelms the nervous system and sends us straight into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, people-pleasing mode, in which we are likely to respond to manipulators in maladaptive ways. These amygdala hijackings override our rational decision-making as we regress back into past wounds and fears, reacting in ways that serve the manipulator or put our safety at risk. Owning our agency means examining various options for how to cope with the situation effectively. This requires skillfully assessing the pros and cons of a situation, mindfully addressing our discomfort so we act out of confidence, exploring what we can control and change, and addressing the reality of a situation instead of turning to wishful thinking or our learned sense of helplessness. Understand your core values. Reacquaint yourself with your foundational values and basic rights. Remind yourself on a daily basis that you have a right to protect yourself from abuse, exploitation, and mistreatment. You have a right to respectfully protest the toxic behavior of others and to detach from them. You have a right to safe, healthy, respectful communication with others. You have a right to take a break. You have a right to privacy. You have a right not to be an emotional punching bag or emotional sponge for toxic people. You have a right to dislike someone or their behavior. Know your core values. Learn the needs behind these values and set your boundaries based on how you can honor those needs. For example, if you value success, then you might need a partner who cheerleads you rather than puts you down on your career path. You might honor that core value and need by keeping people out of your life who do not support your career or ambition. You can assess your core values by looking at experiences throughout your life that have caused you to come into conflict with your internal guidance or moral radar. Perhaps you struggled recently in a situation where someone asked you to lie for them. A core value for you might thus be honesty. You believe in being honest, even when it is difficult. Your core values may include integrity and conscientiousness. You believe in doing the right thing over instant gratification, even when it requires a sacrifice on your part. Knowing your core values will help you recognize the type of people who will be compatible with you long term. Name your non-negotiables. Depending on the type of toxic person you're dealing with, you will want to name your non-negotiables, at the very least, to yourself, so you know them. Sometimes communicating a non-negotiable looks like having a conversation with a garden variety boundary trespasser who is receptive to understanding your boundaries. However, if you're dealing with a narcissist who will use your non-negotiables against you by provoking you deliberately, it's far better to have a solid understanding of what you will and won't tolerate. Then step back without explanation or justification when you see red flag behavior. Your non-negotiables may vary slightly from context to context, but they protect your basic rights as a human being worthy of respect and compassion. Non-negotiables could include things like, nobody gets to raise their voice at me, or no one gets to speak condescendingly to me. As HSPs, we're often told we're too sensitive to how people treat us. Yet our discomfort is legitimate and valid, and should be expressed in healthy and assertive ways. For the narcissist who chronically mistreats you, these boundaries can be implemented immediately without justification or explanation as you withdraw from the interaction altogether. For the garden variety boundary trespasser who is receptive to feedback, they can be called out assertively as we step back and observe future behavior. Deal breakers. Know them. Personal deal breakers are the non negotiables that are not necessarily universal to everyone. They have more to do with our unique comfort levels. For example, you may have a personal deal breaker in the dating world in the form of only wanting to date someone who is vegan. Or maybe a personal deal breaker is that you don't wish to date anyone who doesn't foresee having children in the future. Someone else might have a personal deal breaker of only wanting to date non-smokers. Your personal deal breakers don't have to be right or wrong in any moral sense. They are there to protect you, your individuality, and your investment. Personal deal breakers will allow you to establish healthy relationships and friendships with people who are most compatible with you in your core values and goals. Assert without apologies. As HSPs, we've been conditioned to apologize for our thoughts, emotions, and reactions. It's important to assert ourselves without feeling guilty for standing up for our rights. An apology undercuts our right to protest unfair or unjust behavior and undermines our stance. You can assert yourself in a calm, rational manner without having to downplay the power of your assertion. Only apologize when you have done something wrong. If you have a habit of saying, "I'm sorry," even when referencing less than ideal circumstances rather than actual blunders, get into the habit of asking yourself daily, does this require an apology? If not, learn to replace "I'm sorry" with "that's unfortunate." You can express disappointment that the circumstances are what they are. But if you are not personally responsible for them, you do not owe anyone an apology. Reinforce and repeat if challenged. With any boundary, there's a possibility that it will be challenged at the onset, especially if we're dealing with a toxic person. That's when we'll have to exercise the broken record technique discussed previously and steadily keep implementing the boundary regardless of how a toxic person tries to convince us otherwise. As we also learned earlier, repeating ourselves will work differently with different types of people. With malignant narcissists, repetition is not always necessary because they're unwilling to self-reflect. It's far better to repeat yourself through action, by enacting your boundaries and presenting consequences consistently in the form of your absence or legal consequences if warranted. Implement practically and safely. It's not enough to know what our boundaries are. We actually have to put them to use. Set your boundaries in place with an eye on what is safest and most practical for you. It takes practice, trial and error, to know what works best for you in certain situations and with specific people. If you're already heavily invested in a relationship or friendship with someone who is not a malignant narcissist, it is usually best to assert your boundaries so they are aware of it and what you will do if it is trespassed. For example, you might set a boundary with a flaky friend by telling her that if she doesn't confirm plans by a certain time, you will ask someone else to go with you. However, there are other situations in which immediate implementation of a boundary is appropriate, and the boundary should have been implicitly understood. For example, if your boundary is that you will not allow anyone to speak to you in a condescending manner, the next time you have a first date with someone who shows contempt, you might immediately excuse yourself and choose not to see that person again. Although you have the option of explaining your departure in this situation, if you feel it's worth doing so. It's not necessary so early on with a stranger when no investment has yet been made. In fact, there will be certain situations where it's best to practice your boundaries without openly talking about them. Like when? When you don't know a person yet and don't know what they're capable of. Take the example. Your date has already trespassed one of your boundaries before you even had a chance to form a connection to them. If this person can't even grasp the basic rules of human decency and respect in the very beginning of a relationship, in the honeymoon phase, when things are supposed to be ideal and positive, things will only get worse from there. So there's no point at all in ongoing communication with them. It is not your responsibility to fix or change them. This person is an adult, responsible for their own behavior. It's your duty to yourself to make a speedy exit when you experience toxicity like this. Malignant narcissists test your boundaries early on. Remember that the word no is a complete sentence, not an invitation for a negotiation. If someone tries to persistently negotiate your no, that speaks volumes about how much they are willing to infringe upon your boundaries to meet their own needs. Exit when not respected. When our boundaries are consistently disrespected, or when in the presence of red flags, it's important to exit safely from the situation. This could look like brainstorming ways to leave a toxic workplace while searching for another job. It could look like making a safety plan to leave your abuser with the help of a therapist and with the resources of a domestic violence shelter. Be prepared to walk away if someone refuses to respect your boundaries and rights. You don't have to live in the cesspool of someone else's dysfunction. Save yourself and prioritize your self-care. Many HSPs, especially those who experience childhood abuse or emotional neglect, often disregard their own needs in order to cater to the desires of others. They develop a savior complex, whereby they're driven to come to the rescue of others or routinely play the role of caretaker. This is especially true if they were raised by a parent who struggled with addiction or mental illness. Due to our high sensitivity and empathy, HSPs are devoted saviors of others, but we forget to save ourselves. This mentality interferes with our ability to establish healthy boundaries. We believe we are responsible for fixing people and end up investing in toxic relationships with no positive return. The only people who benefit from these one-sided affairs are the ones we endlessly give to. It's important to prioritize your own self-care when you're dealing with a toxic person. You're not anyone's personal therapist, unless you actually are a therapist, in which case you'll still need professional boundaries with your clients. This is not about being selfish. In fact, when you put your welfare first, you can help others with more stamina and effectiveness than would otherwise be available if you'd completely exhausted your resources. The Boundaries acronym presents general guidelines for dealing with all types of toxic people, which means you'll have to adapt the steps accordingly, depending on whether you're dealing with someone benign or malignant. In either case, the goal is to shift from a disempowered HSP to an empowered one. See a helpful chart distinguishing between the two at newharbinger.com/45304. Journal reflection. Envisioning enforcing boundaries. Think about a time when you've had a boundary violated in the past. How did it make you feel? What can you do the next time a boundary is violated like that? Example: My boundary was disrespected when my toxic friend continued to call me names as a joke. Even though I told her I felt uncomfortable when she did that, she continued name calling. In the future, the next time someone calls me a name or disrespects me, I will give them one chance to stop. If they don't, I will either detach from the friendship or cut all contact with them. Letter from an HSP to a toxic person. One of the most popular tools I've published has resonated with empathic people all over the world. It is a letter from us HSPs to the toxic people of the world. When in doubt, refer to this letter and use it as you wish to help you remember why boundaries are important and why they are so necessary for your self-care. While I love to help others, I am not responsible for fixing your life or catering to your toxicity. I am not responsible for managing your triggers, walking on eggshells, or telling you what you want to hear in order to keep the peace. I am not your emotional punching bag, nor am I your emotional sponge. I do not exist for your pleasure or as a site for your projected pain. My responsibility is to myself, to be my own person and stay true to myself, to heal my own wounds, manage my own triggers, and engage in self-care so I can give to others authentically without depleting myself in the process. My responsibility is to maintain healthy boundaries, especially with those who are unhealthy. Journal reflection. Boundary setting rights. Complete the following 2 sentences with what you want to remind yourself. I have a right to. Examples. I have a right to say no. I have a right to change my mind. I have a right to be treated with respect. I have a right to reject unsolicited feedback, unsolicited advice, pressure, or personal attacks. I have a right to exit toxic and abusive relationships. I have a right to my beliefs, preferences, and opinions, even if others disagree. It's okay for me to protect myself by. Examples. It's okay for me to protect myself by canceling a commitment. It's okay for me to protect myself by having alone time to unwind and recharge. It's okay for me to protect myself by cutting off toxic relationships. It's okay for me to protect myself by asking for help when I am overwhelmed. It's okay for me to protect myself by accepting compliments and rejecting insults. It's okay for me to protect myself by trusting myself and my instincts. Note, a further version of this exercise can be found at newharbinger.com/45304. 3 red flags. When assessing the compatibility or potential toxicity of a partner, friend, coworker, boss, or family member, see what they focus on long term in the following scenarios. 1. When you talk about your big dreams or accomplishments, do they provide consistent encouragement and support? Or do they focus on what is lacking and subject you to covert put-downs and fear-mongering comments? 2. When you bring up struggles you are going through, do they focus on emotionally validating you and being there for you? Or do they shift the attention back to themselves, or shame or judge you, making you feel even worse than you did before? 3. When you celebrate a milestone, do they make the special occasion even better by sharing in your joy? Or do they minimize, deflate, or even sabotage your happiness? 3 violations, and you're out. When in doubt about whether to continue engaging with someone, Follow the 3 violation rule, inspired by Martha Stout's book, The Sociopath Next Door. When a person mistreats you once, address it, then pull back from them a bit to observe whether they'll do it again. If they do it a second time, start withdrawing your investment in the relationship because they're showing you that they don't have an interest in respecting your boundaries. If they do it a third time, exit completely. Following this rule early on when meeting new people can save you a lifetime worth of pain and can prevent you from investing in the wrong people long term. This is also a good way to avoid wolves in sheep's clothing who disguise their predatory nature. You can set boundaries more swiftly and effectively when you recognize red flags early on. Exercise. Basic self-care checklist. Having boundaries with yourself is important too. We need personal boundaries in terms of how we speak to ourselves, how we take care of ourselves, and the access we give ourselves to basic self-care. Don't forget the basics. They make the difference between a good day and a stressful one. Make photocopies of the following checklist or recreate it on your computer or smartphone so you can complete it daily to attend to your own fundamental needs. Have I eaten today? Have I taken a shower? Have I taken a walk outside for fresh air and sunlight? Have I gently challenged my negative self-talk? Have I engaged in some form of exercise? Have I decluttered a bit, organized an area, or otherwise improved my surroundings? Have I listed 5 things I'm grateful for? Have I meditated? Have I showed myself compassion? Have I validated my emotions? Chapter 6. Prepare your arsenal. Self-care strategies and reframing skills for everyday life. HSPs operate in emotional ways of thinking and responding, so reframing skills can help us restructure harmful beliefs that contribute to people-pleasing habits and self-sabotaging thoughts that dampen assertiveness. The ability to reframe a situation to manage conflict and set boundaries is crucial to our well-being. As HSPs, we actually do have great instincts about the toxic people we encounter. We pick up on the emotional states of others rapidly, notice subtleties in our environment, and make accurate, in-depth assessments about the situation at hand. The problem is, HSPs second-guess themselves more than other people and engage in self-blame because we've been chronically told we're too sensitive. It's so important not to blame ourselves for the toxic actions of others, especially abusive actions. That only gaslights us into staying in unhealthy situations instead of finding ways to protect ourselves. When we don't challenge beliefs that inadvertently enable manipulative people, we're less able to exit toxic situations. Many HSPs go into counseling or coaching with the hope that their experiences will be validated, their sensitivity honored, and their pain heard. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen when certain reframing skills that are taught are used maladaptively to further invalidate the HSP's perception of a situation. That's why here, in this chapter, we will be tailoring some therapeutic strategies to guide HSPs towards self-trust, boundary setting, healthy assertiveness, and conflict management. You can still reframe harmful beliefs without invalidating your experiences, emotions, and intuition. Reframing is often used to address cognitive distortions that create a faulty outlook on a situation. These distorted ways of thinking seem rational and accurate, but they, in fact, keep us trapped in negativity. Whether that web of negativity is spun by ourselves or by a toxic person. As you review some of the common cognitive distortions HSPs engage in, see if you recognize them from your own life. Black and white thinking. Black and white thinking causes us to identify something as all good or all bad without taking into account the complexity or nuances of a situation. As HSPs, we view ourselves in this way. We view our manipulators as all good because of their superficial, glib charm and false mask, missing their red flag behaviors. We see ourselves as too sensitive and reactive, and our manipulators as logical and composed, when in fact, there is more dimension to our reactions and interactions than we realize. Due to our intuitive abilities, we are able to pick up on the subtleties of contexts and people. We need to acknowledge that while there can be situations in which we are overly reactive, most of the time, we are actually correct in our discernment of a toxic person's behaviors and intentions. Catastrophizing. This distortion causes us to magnify situations and their perceived negative outcomes. HSPs tend to catastrophize the consequences of standing up for themselves. Our anxiety around conflict leads us to fear that if we don't please others, we'll be doomed to be alone forever. We tell ourselves things like, I can't stand up to her. She's my boss. I'll be so humiliated if she disagrees. I'll die. Or, I can't say no to him. He'll be displeased. And I don't know when I'll ever get this opportunity again. We also fear the ending of intimate relationships, so we bend over backward and abandon our boundaries to maintain the relationship, no matter how harmful it is. Personalization. Personalization involves attributing someone else's choices, preferences, or external events to yourself. You may personalize rejection, for example, as an indication of your self-worth or attractiveness, dismissing the evidence that proves you're a desirable human being. You may feel you caused someone to react in a toxic way, or take on responsibility for diffusing someone's emotions. This is likely if you're dealing with a manipulative individual who blames you for their abusive actions, or claims you provoked them. HSPs inhabit the role of emotional caretakers and forget to hold others accountable for their actions and reactions. Mind reading. In this cognitive distortion, you presume to know what another person is feeling and thinking. HSPs often project their own sense of morality and conscience onto toxic people who are drastically different in how they feel and think. A good way to mind read more accurately is to observe a toxic person's behavior and patterns, not their words or who you wish they were. Their behavior speaks volumes. Are they persistent in trying to get you to change your mind even when you say no? Do they harass and stalk you, becoming easily enraged? Do they engage in hot and cold behavior while claiming you're their first priority? If there is a huge discrepancy between their charming facade of goodwill and their harmful actions, this is a good indication that they are not who they claim they are. How to reframe your distortions about yourself. Here's a straightforward process that challenges cognitive distortions about yourself, moving them into a positive sphere in 4 easy-to-follow steps. 1. Identify a distortion to work on. 2. Write down evidence both for and against this distortion, including any identified origins for this belief. such as beliefs your parents passed down to you, the effects of childhood experiences or past relationships. 3. Reframe the distortion into one that provides a more balanced point of view. 4. Identify how to shift your behavior in line with this more balanced perspective in a way that positively affects you. Although I've come across myriad distorted thought patterns among HSPs in my work, I've chosen 3 of the most common ones to illustrate how reframing looks in real life. But keep in mind that these are just examples. Yours might be completely different, so you'll want to tailor the content to your own experiences and needs. Sample distortion number 1. I can't trust myself. Evidence supporting this statement might be, as a child, I was gaslighted into believing I could not trust what I heard, saw, felt, or experienced. In the past, I've allowed toxic people to enter my life, and they took advantage of me. Evidence against this statement might be, these same people made me feel uneasy and threatened the first time I met them. I had a feeling there was something off there, but I didn't listen to what my intuition was telling me. My whole body sensed danger, but I dismissed it as paranoia. There have been many times when I had an intuition I ignored. Reframing. Although I have been taken advantage of in the past, it doesn't mean I can't trust myself. A lot of my instincts are actually correct. I just haven't followed them because I denied toxic behavior and red flags. Now I know I can trust myself and can make better decisions when I am willing to do so. Behavior shift. The next time I get a gut feeling about something, I'll try to trust it rather than rationalize, deny, or minimize it. I will listen to what my body is telling me and act accordingly. Sample distortion number 2. I can't say no because people would hate me. Evidence 4. I was punished by authority figures and peers as a child for refusing to comply with their unfair demands. There have been people in my past who decided to walk away from our relationship when I stood up for myself. When I say no, I risk getting reprimanded, pressured, or put down. Evidence against. I've also had lovely people in my life who respected my wishes and didn't try to coerce or control me when they sensed my discomfort. The people who abandoned me when I stood up for myself ended up being con artists who took advantage of other people. Reframing. The people who punish me for saying no are exactly the type of boundary steppers I don't need in my life. Plenty of people are willing to respect my wishes and not push me when they see I am uncomfortable. Standing up for myself and saying no benefits me in the long run, protecting me from exploitative people. Behavior shift. When someone reacts angrily to my no or persistently tries to change my mind, I'll consider it as further evidence that they are toxic. I will limit or cut contact with anyone who tries to do this. Sample distortion number 3. Everyone is doing their very best. I shouldn't judge them. Evidence 4. I have known empathic people in the past who made mistakes, including myself. When I asserted myself and called them out on their behaviors, they made changes to improve their behavior. Evidence against. I have also known plenty of people with long-standing patterns of toxic behavior. Despite expressing how much pain they've caused me, they do not apologize or take any concrete steps to improve their behavior. These people did not try their best. They were looking out for their self-interest. Reframing. There are empathic people in the world who are doing their best and make mistakes. However, I trust myself to know the difference between empathic people like this and toxic people who rarely take responsibility for their destructive behavior. The latter consists of people who don't deserve second chances. Behavior shift. Rather than applying the platitude of everyone is just doing their best to everyone, I will differentiate between people who make mistakes and people who chronically harm me without taking responsibility for their actions. I will implement boundaries and limit contact with the latter group. This isn't about judging people. It's about discerning who they really are. I discern who is healthy for me and who is toxic, and will behave accordingly. A few more examples of reframing distortions can be found in addition to these at newharbinger.com/45304. There you will also find the 4-step process for reframing so you can practice this method yourself, along with the guidance for applying it to the challenge of boosting boundaries, which is a core challenge for HSPs. Life skills for distress tolerance and interpersonal effectiveness. Reframing tools are useful for tackling ingrained thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us well. But HSPs are also in need of concrete strategies for high conflict social situations that bring up intense emotions, taking a toll on our minds and bodies. The various life skills I'll present to tackle such situations are inspired by dialectical behavior therapy, DBT, an approach developed by Marsha Linehan that has proven effective for vulnerable populations who struggle with overwhelming emotions. Life skill number 1, mindfulness. Mindfulness offers us techniques to remain in the present moment, focusing on one thing at a time. Incorporating the principles of Zen Buddhism, mindfulness prompts us to slow down, breathe through our pain, and use non-judgment to carefully observe what is happening in our surroundings, describe what we're feeling, and participate more fully in what is occurring. Mindfulness might look like taking a 5-minute breathing break from a heated conversation and returning to it when you're back to baseline levels of calmness. Grounding yourself by using your 5 senses to observe and describe your environment, the sights, smells, sounds, so you don't get overwhelmed in a new social situation. Returning to the present moment in a social situation by actively listening to what the other person is telling you, noticing their facial expressions, tone of voice, and the environment you're in. Getting gradually unstuck from self-judgmental thoughts to take in everything around you. Noticing your cravings to an addiction or a compulsive behavior. Visualizing an ebb and flow to your urges as they arise and then pass, so you're less likely to act on your emotions impulsively. Exercise. Practicing mindfulness. Sit cross-legged in a comfortable position and take long, deep breaths for 10 minutes. What sounds, scents, and colors do you notice in your environment? What are you feeling? What thoughts come up? Don't judge your emotions and thoughts. Simply imagine them as if they were leaves passing by on a river, or words written on a cloud. Life skill number 2, emotion regulation. This life skill reduces vulnerability by tending to our mental and physical well-being. Emotion regulation guides us to appropriately label our emotions and remove obstacles that exacerbate our emotional states. It redirects the HSP to assess what needs are being neglected and what can be done to build positive experiences and take actions to improve the present moment. This skill enables the individual to better manage their emotions, especially in times of adversity. Emotion regulation might look like maintaining normal sleep patterns and healthy eating habits to reduce physical vulnerability to stress. Developing a weekly or daily exercise regimen that gives you a physical outlet for stress, as well as a natural source of mood-lifting endorphins. Labeling any intense emotions that arise without judgment or resistance. For example, I am feeling very angry right now. Using what is called opposite action to deal with overwhelming emotions effectively. For example, when feeling a lot of anxiety, do something soothing, like going for a quiet walk by a beautiful river. Journal reflection. Practicing emotion regulation. What form of physical exercise do you enjoy the most? Make a plan to work it into your weekly routine. Life skill number 3, distress tolerance and crisis management. This skill area focuses primarily on self-soothing, especially during times of crisis, distress, or triggering states of emotional arousal. When managing crises, we can practice radical acceptance, a concept we encountered earlier in the book that promotes neutral acceptance of the present moment and one's emotion within it, without condoning the harmful actions of others or acting impulsively in reaction to unjust adverse circumstances. Surrendering to what is, without condoning it, is not being passive. You can still make changes to your life to improve your circumstances. Accepting is simply about seeing the situation for what it is, not what you want it to be. It gives you space to address the problem rather than adding an extra layer of resistance or denial to it. Distress tolerance and crisis management might look like thinking of the pros and cons of a situation to bring about a more balanced perspective. For example, this man I liked betrayed me. I am so upset, but at the same time, it's a relief to know his true character sooner rather than later. This situation taught me a lot of life lessons, and now I don't have to invest in someone who isn't trustworthy. Radically accepting a situation for what it is instead of resisting it. For example, I radically accept that I am getting a divorce. I radically accept my painful emotions. This is what the situation is. Self-soothing and improving the moment with, for example, prayer or visualization. We'll discuss what this looks like more in the section on the VIBRANT acronym later in this chapter. Journal reflection. Practicing radical acceptance. What is one situation you can work on radically accepting without necessarily approving of it? Write down strategies to work through the situation as it is, rather than how you would like it to be. Life skill number 4, social effectiveness. Social effectiveness hones our ability to healthily navigate conflict and social interactions. This life skill plays a crucial role in the mental health of highly sensitive populations because it centers on how to validate ourselves and others when appropriate. It teaches us to appropriately set boundaries and see another's perspective without engaging in black and white thinking, all while asserting our needs with confidence and mindfulness. Social effectiveness might look like skillfully getting your needs met with a difficult person, developing a safety plan to exit unhealthy or dangerous situations with abusers, asserting yourself with someone who is receptive to considering your perspective, setting boundaries effectively without backing down. Journal reflection, practicing social effectiveness. Think about how you can get a need met with one difficult individual in your life. 2 acronyms to build HSP life skills. As you work to create the life skills outlined, a few more acronyms can serve as tools to pave the way for success. First is creates, which will help you get into what therapists call a wise mind state to deal more effectively with difficult emotions and situations. Taking these steps cultivates more distress tolerance skills so you can better manage a crisis. C. Community. R. Reprieve. E. Evaluate progress. A. Action. T. Take back control. E. Enjoyment. S. Senses. Community. A wonderful day to counteract a crisis is to shift our attention onto two crucial aspects of life: giving back and gratitude. Because HSPs are deeply empathic, contributing to the world makes the most of our gifts and channels our pain into a meaningful purpose. When you're reminded of all the people who are in need and feel gratitude for your own needs that are being met, this fortifies your mental health. It redirects your focus away from toxic people and onto the greater good of enhancing social connections with people who actually deserve your energy and your giving nature. You can contribute to your community by donating to a charity, starting a website that spreads awareness about a cause close to your heart, writing a book to help others in adverse circumstances, volunteering, offering to help out a friend or someone who is less privileged. There are countless ways to help improve the world around you and keep your awareness on the bigger picture. Reprieve. This means temporarily pushing away the situation to obtain emotional distance from it for a short period. To give yourself a reprieve, you can visualize a physical barrier of some kind blocking you from the situation, putting the situation in a box temporarily, and refusing to ruminate over it right then. This is definitely not a long-term solution for emotions that have to be dealt with eventually, but it does give you some respite from the pain until you're ready to confront it. Evaluate progress. When we are in crisis mode and feel as if nothing will ever get better, it's the ideal time to step back and assess. We can evaluate our own progress in life, or we can assess how the circumstances of the crisis we're facing might be less dire than they appear. What someone chooses to evaluate will depend on the particular person and how they react to different types of evaluations. For example, you might get tremendous value from comparing your current life to what it was like 10 years ago, or comparing your circumstances to someone far less fortunate. You're struggling and in pain now, yes, but things could always be worse. Some HPs, however, may feel even more distressed by thinking of unfortunate circumstances, so it would be preferable to evaluate your own or others' success stories instead. When we recall instances of people overcoming similarly adverse situations, we mindfully motivate ourselves to look at the bigger picture and feed the hope that things can get better. We can more clearly see that there are still positive things in our lives right now. Find what works for you to make you feel better in the moment. Action. Recall the earlier use of the term opposite action when we were discussing the skill of emotion regulation in DBT. Engaging in a behavior that is actually the opposite of your current impulse or mood as a means of effectively dealing with the emotion causing you distress. This approach curbs impulsive behavior and positively affects your overall mood by, in essence, flipping to the other side of the coin. This is not about avoidance, which can intensify trauma-related symptoms. Rather, it provides temporary self-soothing for the present moment. If you're feeling particularly angry, for instance, do something calming, like attending a meditation workshop. If you're feeling sad, watch a happy movie or see a comedy show. Take back control. This step emphasizes the ability to distract yourself from thoughts about the situation and tethering yourself to non-triggering activities until you're ready to fully face the present challenge. You can become engrossed in a book, work on a puzzle, or do something creative to anchor you back into a state of control. You can brainstorm small and practical steps to reach out for help and to refocus on what you can change, rather than what is out of your control. For example, if you just suffered a horrendous breakup, taking back control of the situation might look like putting away objects in your home that remind you of your ex and deleting their number from your phone. Removing triggers from your immediate environment reduces the temptation to reach out to the toxic person who could further hurt you when you're most vulnerable. Enjoyment. Engaging in distracting, pleasurable activities provides temporary relief. Toxic people want us to be focused on our pain and stress, not our pleasure. That's why they work so hard to sabotage our joy. It gives them control. Don't let them have it. Make space for the healthy pleasure you deserve in your life. This will give your mind an enjoyable break from a toxic situation, so you can come back later when your body has returned to its normative level of emotional safety. Examples include going for a walk or run, listening to soothing music, turning off your phone, taking a yoga class, going shopping, playing a game, watching a favorite TV show, and engaging in a favorite hobby. Senses. Put the focus back on your five senses. Common ways to do this include taking very hot or cold showers, holding an ice cube in your hand, snapping a rubber band on your wrist, or any other kind of stimulus that can shake up your senses and distract you from acting impulsively on any destructive urges you may have. Or, if you prefer, you can simply take a moment to mindfully notice all the sights, sounds, smells, and textures in your environment while taking deep breaths. This can be helpful to HSPs who feel especially overwhelmed by sensory input. Journal reflection. Apply creates to a challenge you're facing. Now it's your turn to incorporate this acronym into your life. Feel free to work with your therapist, if you have one, to expand upon these suggestions for maximizing the impact of this tool. To heighten your sense of community, list 10 ways you can give back. How would these activities connect to your perceived greater purpose in life? What do they remind you to be grateful for? Grant yourself a reprieve from the difficult thoughts plaguing you by imagining a barrier that separates you from the situation, giving you space from it. What does it look like? Realistically evaluate progress you have made in some areas of your life by considering these questions. What are some ways in the past that you successfully dealt with unfortunate situations, or some stressful situations that worked out well in the end? Who can you think of who struggled through something similar to what you're facing now and has a success story about it? Are there people you know who are in even more adverse circumstances, but who seem to be coping with them well? What do these stories make you appreciate about your own life? Take opposite action to counteract the negative effects of emotions you're currently experiencing. Write these emotions down, followed by an activity that will elicit the opposite feeling and the improved emotional state you wish to achieve. Think of at least one activity you can do right now to help you take back control of the situation that is troubling you. Find enjoyment by taking a pleasure break. What are some activities you can engage in right now to provide that? To wake up your senses, write down all 5 of them, and next to each one, list accompanying physical activities that can help jolt you out of your obsessive and ruminating thoughts. Highly sensitive individuals are prone to experiencing intense emotions, especially in interpersonal situations that are distressing. Vibrant, the second acronym HSPs can use to learn how to better cope with distress, offers tools you can apply to improve the present moment. V, visualization. I, inspiration. B, bigger picture. R, release. A, ask for help. N, nourish. T, time. Visualization. You can visualize dealing successfully with whatever adverse circumstances you're facing. Imagine escaping to a peaceful place. Brainstorm what it would look like if the situation improved. Any and all of this will slow down catastrophic thinking and allow you to approach the situation with a calmer, collected sense of self. Inspiration. Motivate and inspire yourself through affirmations, words of encouragement, and positive feedback you've received. Create tangible, visible reminders of these sources of inspiration so you can actually see them, like note cards you carry with you, lists you make in your phone, and framed artwork on your desk. Hang a bulletin board containing your favorite affirmations and celebratory pictures. Put magnets on your refrigerator of slogans that particularly move you. Write yourself a love letter with beautiful art or stickers. Bigger picture. Find meaning in the pain or suffering you're feeling. When we're experiencing intense emotions, we can fall into a sense of learned helplessness. But when we place the focus back on what can be learned from these experiences, we empower ourselves. Rather than saying, I just had a terrible date, I'm going to be alone forever, reframe the experience. I just had a terrible date, which has shown me exactly what I don't want in a future relationship. Just another reminder that I deserve the very best and don't have to settle for any less. Release. Engage in rejuvenating activities like yoga and meditation to release stressful emotions and to relax and reset your body, especially if it is tense. Trauma tends to get trapped within the body. Yoga and meditation can be useful outlets to detox from the impact of negative situations. Ask for help. Reach out to trustworthy individuals, like your counselor, a close friend, or a compassionate family member. Be open to receiving comfort, validation, and encouragement from others. You can also ask for help from a higher power. Depending on your personal faith and spirituality, you can use prayer to self-soothe, surrender, and seek assistance from the divine. You can also call upon the universe or your higher self for guidance. Nourish. Mindfully take care of your body and your mind. Eat healthy food, get adequate rest, and choose to consume only positive media sources, avoiding triggering posts on social media, the news, and toxic people during this time of healing. Focus on doing one task at a time to enhance mindfulness. When you're eating a nutritious meal, for example, concentrate on enjoying it rather than pulling out your phone and checking your work email. Nourishing activities remove excessive distractions and reduce the anxiety of dealing with too many emotions at once. Time. Take the time to calm yourself away from the conflict, whether that means physically removing yourself from a location or mentally distancing yourself for a period of hours, days, or even weeks, depending on the situation. Use this time to take a bubble bath, meditate, or walk in nature. Get away for the weekend, or spend a whole day with your phone turned off to avoid any triggers or difficult conversations until you're ready to come back to the situation at hand. Journal reflection. Apply vibrant to a challenge you're facing. When you enact this tool to promote self-care strategies in your daily life, your period of detoxification will proceed more smoothly and effectively. To practice visualization, envision what peace looks like to you. When you're feeling overwhelmed, close your eyes and picture revisiting the most peaceful place you've ever been. Find inspiration by recalling the best compliments and feedback people have given you. What's the best advice you've received? What's the best advice you've given? Make a poster containing examples of praise and encouragement that you can see every day, or record them on your phone to listen to them every morning and night. Say these things to yourself as if you were your own best friend. Keep your eye on the bigger picture and on growth opportunities by identifying some life lessons you can take away from these experiences. Write down ways to reframe these experiences in a positive light without invalidating the pain you've suffered. Get moving to get release. List some physical activities you can do immediately to help you release painful emotions and toxic stress. You can ask for help anytime. What guidance and comfort do you need to hear at this very moment? Pick one or two activities to nourish yourself today without distraction. How will you remove distractions from your environment? Where can you go right now to secure a slot of time to get a break and create space in which to just be you? Chapter 7. Refuge and Recovery. Healing Modalities for HSPs. Overcoming the traumas of dealing with toxic people takes diverse mind-body techniques to help center ourselves in the present and heal from the past. As I mentioned in the introduction, I've spent most of my life using these techniques to become a more mindful, grounded person who can tackle toxic people with ease. I've also surveyed hundreds of people on healing modalities, and many of them reported using the activities covered in this chapter to successfully recover from the impact of toxic people. HSPs can benefit from experimenting with a wide variety of both traditional and alternative remedies to help manage the intensity of our emotions, cope with crisis, and process any traumas that might still be affecting our lives. We'll discuss the options with a look as to why they work, their benefits, and how to learn more about them. As always, be sure to consult with a therapist to better assess which healing modalities would best suit you and your specific circumstances. There is no one-size-fits-all package. These are only suggestions. Traditional therapies. Cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, is a form of psychotherapy that helps us reform maladaptive emotions, behaviors, and thoughts. CBT was developed by Aaron Beck in the 1960s, and research has indicated that it is effective for depression, anxiety disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, and relationship issues, all of which can be potential struggles for HSPs. Strategies of CBT include identifying cognitive distortions, role-playing to prepare for anticipated conflicts, facing one's fears, learning to calm the body during periods of stress, and utilizing problem-solving skills and coping strategies for difficult situations. For HSPs, therapies like CBT can help with identifying cognitive distortions, harmful automatic thoughts, and patterns of behavior related to areas like intimacy, self-esteem, safety, trust, power, and control stemming from interpersonal trauma. These thoughts and beliefs often lead to self-sabotaging behaviors and manufactured emotions like misplaced guilt or shame that fuel post-traumatic symptoms. Clients are assisted in challenging and reworking inaccurate beliefs using cognitive restructuring. In doing so, they begin behaving according to healthier and more balanced belief systems regarding themselves, others, and the world. Other types of therapies that use elements of CBT include cognitive processing therapy, CPT, and evidence-based therapy for those with PTSD symptoms that helps clients identify and work through maladaptive beliefs about trauma and stuck points that lead to avoidance behaviors, and prolonged exposure therapy, PET, which helps clients with PTSD become gradually desensitized to trauma-related memories, feelings, and situations. To learn more about CBT, visit beckinstitute.org. For more on CPT and PET, go to cptforptsd.com and apa.org/PTSD guideline/treatments. Dialectical behavior therapy. Dialectical behavior therapy, DBT, is an evidence-based approach developed by Marsha Linehan, designed to help people who suffer from intense emotions, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. This unique and comprehensive treatment combines Eastern mindfulness techniques with cognitive behavioral methods. As we learned in Chapter 6, DBT focuses on 4 modules. 1. Mindfulness. 2. Distress tolerance. 3. Emotion regulation. And 4. Interpersonal effectiveness. McKay, Wood, and Brantley, 2010. It is traditionally used for patients with borderline personality disorder, BPD, although, as trauma therapist Ariel Schwartz notes, many victims with complex PTSD can be misdiagnosed with BPD. Nevertheless, DBT's skills can be used by anyone and everyone. This form of therapy helps individuals regulate and cope with their emotions, improve their interpersonal effectiveness skills, and stay grounded in the present moment during crises. DBT group therapy sessions allow you to practice and role-play the skills you've learned, providing coping and communication strategies for interactions with difficult people. As CEO of Psych Central, John M. Grohol, Doctor of Psychology, says, DBT theory suggests that some people's arousal levels in such situations can increase far more quickly than the average person's, attain a higher level of emotional stimulation, and take a significant amount of time to return to baseline arousal levels. With their high levels of arousal and emotional responsiveness, HSPs may be able to benefit from DBT. Because they become overwhelmed by their environment and social situations, they can use similar skills regarding distress tolerance and emotion regulation to remain calm in situations of high conflict and to implement boundaries effectively. If you also have a history of problems with self-harm, suicidal thoughts, chronic suicide attempts, or extreme and overwhelming emotions, you should consider speaking to a counselor about dialectical behavior therapy. To find a DBT therapist, visit behavioraltech.org/resources/find a therapist. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, EMDR, is a form of therapy in which the client is asked to recall traumatic or distressing events while making side-to-side eye movements or using left-to-right hand tapping. It was developed by Francine Shapiro in 1989. Shapiro noticed these eye movements had the effect of alleviating the intense impact of disturbing traumatic memories. EMDR is founded on the theory of adaptive information processing, AIP, which posits that disturbing traumas, including adverse childhood experiences or toxic relationships, are stored in memory in a dysfunctional way and can lead to a maladaptive pattern of thoughts, behaviors, and emotions. These traumatic experiences block our normal information processing mechanism, which would allow for natural self-healing and resolution to occur. Alternating bilateral stimulation such as eye movements or tapping allows this processing to occur freely, encouraging active re-experiencing of the trauma in a space of safety as distressful memories gradually lose their negative charge. As part of its complex 8-phase process, EMDR also identifies negative self-beliefs and beliefs about the world that developed due to the trauma. Example, I am not lovable, or the world isn't safe, and locates areas in the body where tension is still stored due to the trauma. The client begins incorporating healthier beliefs to replace these negative associations moving forward. The trauma is then reprocessed in a way that benefits the client. Randomized clinical trials with trauma victims have shown EMDR to be effective for this population. HSPs with adverse childhood experiences can benefit greatly from processing their childhood traumas with an EMDR therapist to relieve their burden, intensity, and daily impact. To learn more about EMDR and find an EMDR therapist, visit emdria.org. Emotional freedom techniques. Emotional freedom techniques, EFT, therapy was created by Gary Craig in the 1990s. Much like acupuncture, EFT stimulates energy points on the body, but without the invasive use of needles. These energy points are known as meridian tapping points, and when tapped, they release trapped energy throughout the body. This is a way to clear our old destructive feelings and beliefs while replacing them with healthier, positive beliefs. Coupled with positive affirmations, EFT helps reprogram how we think and feel. Because certain emotions are said to reside in specific parts of the body, EFT allows us to release energetic blocks by allowing electromagnetic energy to flow more freely throughout the body. The affirmations used validate the protective mechanism of negative emotions while allowing clients to feel empowered to let them go. Learn more about EFT at mercola.com or read Craig's EFT manual. Hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapy uses hypnosis to help individuals make behavioral and emotional changes. HSPs can use hypnotherapy to calm their overstimulated nervous system and rework destructive belief systems, conditioning, memories, and wounds that may not otherwise come to conscious awareness. Hypnosis is an altered state of consciousness, a trance-like state in which we are more susceptible to suggestion and therefore able to reprogram our subconscious mind more readily. Hypnosis is also helpful for treating phobias, addictions, chronic pain, and traumatic memories associated with PTSD. Find a qualified hypnotherapist in your area using the Psychology Today search engine at psychologytoday.com/us/therapists/hypnotherapy. Group therapy. Group therapy led by a mental health professional is a safe space to talk about your struggles, fears, and traumas while witnessing others doing the same. This is important because studies show that social support is one of the most important factors in post-trauma recovery. You can research groups that focus on domestic violence, trauma, or any other areas you are struggling with at this time. CBT and DBT therapy groups can be excellent places to practice your new skills and engage in constructive role playing with others. Expressing our emotions with others gives us the validation and support we may have never gotten in toxic relationships, allowing us to access relational healing. It also increases social accountability for maintaining progress and self-care. Search for a therapy group on Psychology Today's search engine at groups.psychologytoday.com/RMS. Support groups. If you struggle with dysfunctional, abusive relationships and have trouble setting boundaries with others, there are support groups that can help validate you and cheerlead your recovery journey. Many survivors have benefited from attending Codependence Anonymous, CODA, meetings, narcissistic abuse survivor meetup groups in their local area, and 12-step programs, which can help because you're struggling to detox from a narcissistic partner. Search HSPs or empaths to find groups with people who struggle with high sensitivity, just like you. Non-traditional supplementary healing modalities. Yoga. According to studies, yoga is a powerful and effective complementary treatment for those with PTSD. It helps survivors ease dissociative symptoms, control affective dysregulation, and reduce tension throughout the body. With its powerful re-engagement of our bodies, yoga combats the paralysis we experience when we've been traumatized. It increases mindful awareness, allowing individuals to experience safety and mastery over their bodies, and gives them the resources to productively interpret intense physiological states when re-experiencing trauma. This is especially helpful to survivors of physical and sexual abuse, and is deeply healing for those recovering from emotional terror. I personally love Hatha Yoga and Hot Vinyasa Flow Yoga. If you're a beginner, I recommend you take an entry-level class before moving on to more advanced classes. Or if you struggle with physical injuries, look into restorative yoga. Meditation. Remember that trauma creates specific changes in the brain, shutting down communication between the more emotional parts of our brain and the frontal lobes that control executive functioning and our ability to organize, plan, think, and make decisions. It can shrink the hippocampus and hyperactivate the amygdala, areas of the brain that affect emotion, memory, and learning. Good news. The very areas of the brain that were once affected by trauma can now be rewired by meditation. Research by Harvard neuroscientist Sarah Laser showed that a regular meditation practice for 8 weeks can literally change our brain, shrinking the amygdala, which controls the fight or flight response, and thickening the hippocampus, which helps with emotion regulation and memory formation. Meditation not only strengthens the auditory and sensory parts of our brain, but it also increases gray matter in the frontal lobes, regardless of how old you are. A 40-minute meditation practice every day can change the way you approach your emotions, your relationships, and your overall sense of happiness. Meditation is free and can be done anywhere at any time. Contrary to popular myth, It doesn't require shutting off your thoughts, but rather observing them, letting them come and go. All you need is a willingness to focus on your breath and a space where you can sit quietly and reflectively. Be sure to Google and Yelp local meditation centers in your area. Here are some podcasts and channels I follow, some of which are meditation channels and others that are specifically about healing narcissistic abuse. If a link is not provided, you can search for the title on Google or YouTube. Meditation Oasis by Mary and Richard Maddox. This is my favorite meditation resource and the one that began my journey. Wonderful for beginners and experts alike. Find it at meditationoasis.com. The Meditation Society of Australia. Download the Society's free MP3 meditations at download.meditation.org.au. YouTube channels. Use search engine. Lucy Rising provides meditation specifically for survivors of narcissistic abuse. Yellow Brick Cinema offers general relaxing music for meditation. Joseph Clow, international speaker and hypnotherapist, Clow offers self-hypnosis meditation and affirmations helpful for retraining the subconscious mind into more positive states. Michael Seeley. Popular YouTuber Michael Seeley provides effective sleep meditations and self-hypnosis for calming anxiety. Nature. We know that toxic people raise our cortisol, stress levels. Thankfully, there's a way to counteract that. Scientific research proves nature's ability to lower cortisol levels, relieve stress, improve our ability to concentrate, and lift our mood. Even the act of walking barefoot on the earth during warmer months can improve overall well-being and sleep while reducing pain and stress levels. The theory of the benefits of earthing suggests that walking barefoot connects us to the Earth's electrons. You can also do this through gardening, which is a very therapeutic and mindful activity that allows you to see the growth you want within manifest externally. Some ideas for enjoying the daily benefits of nature are scheduling a morning or an afternoon walk every day, traveling to places with beautiful natural landscapes, taking walks by a river, going to the beach, hiking outdoors, jogging in a park or the woods, and lunching outdoors or picnicking. When the weather is not warm, access nature in alternative ways. Go camping and start a fire. Sit near a fireplace indoors. Open the window blinds to let the sunlight in. Watch the snow fall, or listen to the rain. Listen to meditation music that incorporates the sounds of rainfall, waterfalls, and ocean waves. Massage therapy. Research shows that massage therapy can help lower cortisol levels and boost serotonin and dopamine levels, elevating mood. It also decreases depression, anxiety, irritability, and other trauma-related symptoms. These effects are especially potent among populations in need, such as depressed pregnant mothers, those suffering from cancer, and those with migraine headaches. Given this, it's possible that massage therapy can also potentially help with the somatic side effects of trauma. Get creative. Try massages that use hot stones, aromatherapy oils, or even Reiki, in which the practitioner sends you healing energy. Not only will this relieve tension throughout your body, but it also has many mental health benefits. Not everyone is comfortable being touched by strangers, even a professional. Always take into account your own personal comfort levels and triggers when experimenting with different healing modalities. What works for one HSP may not be right for another. Journaling and writing. Trauma literally leaves us speechless, as it deactivates the Broca's area of the brain, the part responsible for communication and speech. Many traumas become stuck and frozen in the nonverbal parts of our brain. Journaling is a way to recommunicate, engaging both the left and the right sides of the brain as we create a more cohesive narrative about the traumas experienced. Researchers discovered that expressive writing improves mood and leads to post-traumatic growth in those with PTSD. Track your daily thoughts, emotions, and associated actions in a journal. Share them with your therapist if you have one. It's a helpful way to capture and reflect on common triggers, thought patterns, and behaviors throughout the day. Affirmations. At graduate school, I researched and interviewed bully victims who used a resilience narrative to channel their traumas into professional and personal success. Using positive affirmations to rewrite existing negative narratives is helpful for HSPs who struggle with self-esteem due to their encounters with narcissists and toxic people. Affirmations are a vital part of many of the diverse healing techniques described in this book, and using them is an important way to start healing subconscious wounds by reprogramming how we think about ourselves, our potential, and the world around us. Affirmations are phrases that help us interrupt our normal thought patterns by instilling positive messages about ourselves and our world. Research confirms that positive affirmations help improve problem solving under stress, and that self-affirmations preserve our self-integrity in the face of threat, enabling our psychological immune system to defend itself. For those struggling with low self-esteem, PTSD, or complex PTSD, positive affirmations should be customized in order to prevent triggers. You may have to say affirmations like, I choose to be happy, rather than I am happy, if you have severe doubts about yourself, to gently and incrementally approach the new beliefs you are working to instill. Exercise. Those who exercise regularly are less likely to suffer from anxiety and depression. We can replace our biochemical addiction to the chaos and crazy making of toxic people with healthier alternatives that feed our reward systems and lower our stress levels. When we release endorphins through exercise on a consistent basis, we habituate our bodies to the drama of sweating on the treadmill rather than toxic people or bullying peers. Creating a weekly or even daily exercise regimen is recommended for HSPs. Not only is it a natural mood lifter, but also research has shown that exercise can potentially improve PTSD symptoms and even curb suicidal ideation among those who are bullied. Exercise can also help with overall well-being and coping strategies, giving traumatized individuals a renewed sense of hope and determination, a positive self-image, and an improved quality of life. Exercise is also a healthy outlet for channeling intense emotions. According to trauma experts, trauma lives in our bodies as well as our minds. Find at least one form of physical release for the intense emotions of grief, rage, and hurt you're bound to feel in the aftermath of abuse and trauma. In order to combat the paralysis that accompanies trauma, leaving us feeling numb and frozen. I personally love kickboxing, yoga, dance, cardio, and running while listening to empowering music or positive affirmations. Do something you're passionate about and love to do. Don't force your body into activities that you're not comfortable with or exhaust yourself. Even a daily 10-minute walk in nature can be more helpful than staying sedentary. So do the best you can and don't overexert yourself. Using physical exercise as an outlet should be an act of self-care, not self-destruction or negative self-talk. Laughter therapy. According to medical researcher Lee Burke, grief induces stress hormones like cortisol, which suppress your immune system. On the other hand, laughter lowers these hormones and gets feel-good neurochemicals like dopamine flowing. Laughter can also ease pain and enhance overall well-being, providing numerous health benefits. HSPs should take advantage of the healing benefits of laughter. Laughter yoga, for example, incorporates the use of voluntary laughter to reap the same benefits. Take time each day to make yourself laugh. You can watch stand-up comedy on Netflix, browse through silly Instagram meme accounts, attend an improv show, recall funny memories, watch funny videos or movies, or read amusing books or stories. Stick to what makes you laugh. Everyone's sense of humor and personal preferences are different, so find something that uniquely tickles your funny bone. Aromatherapy. Aromatherapy is an alternative healing method whereby the individual uses scents and essential oils as a way to help with emotions and health. Individuals can choose to inhale the fragrance or apply the diluted oils directly on their skin. According to certified massage therapist and cranial sacral therapist Suzanne Bovenizer, our sense of smell is connected to the limbic system in our brain, where emotions and memories are stored. Scents stimulate that part of the brain, releasing chemicals that cause us to become calmer and more relaxed. Aromatherapy can help a great deal with anxiety, which can be a key component of the distress victims of narcissistic abuse experience. You can buy essential oils and an essential oil diffuser for your home so that aromatherapy is always accessible to you. You may also seek aromatherapy in alternative ways. Some yoga centers offer yoga with an aromatherapy component, and many massages also incorporate elements of aromatherapy into sessions. I recommend both essential oils and incense. Here are some recommendations for aromatherapy, searchable on Amazon. Artisan Aromatherapy Top 14 Essential Oil Set. You Are Power Essential Oil Diffuser. Aromatherapy Incense Sticks, certified organic and all natural essential oils. The Complete Book of Essential Oils and Aromatherapy by Valerie Ann Warwood. Acupuncture. In Stories of Healing Emotional Trauma in My Acupuncture Clinic, licensed acupuncturist Nicholas Sieben writes, according to Chinese medical theory, trauma lives in our bodies. It becomes stuck in our blood and bones where it incubates, causing various physical and mental symptoms. To fully resolve trauma, the body needs to be released. There needs to be a physical detox. Acupuncture is an ancient Chinese healing technique involving the use of needles at specific points of the body that heal a wide variety of physical and psychological ailments.